Borthwick, no run. Wallaluita.
Doesn't really help when you got two Southerners on comms trying to say it.
The reply from the edge of the box, he's not from Newcastle. Yeah, that was a bit too Mark Stoneman, that, wasn't it? Roland Jones in now, he bowls, and this ball's short and strikes Borthwick as he looks to hook it away into the onside. He was giving that everything. There is a deep square setback, and he really did look to lever that into the onside, but strikes somewhere on the body, falls harmlessly into the offside, no run. 247 for 1. So there's only 24 overs left with the bonus points in play. Middlesex 2 away from a second or a first bowling point, and Durham 3 runs away from a second batting point. Where would they get to? Going at 3 and overs, another 75, so it'll be around 325, so they might just have to get a move on a little bit to try and get the 4th batting point in that time. But again, as I was saying, if these two can see through the new ball, then there's a good chance they'll get on top of it, and the run rate will increase.
Bamber to continue. Runs in and Jones leaves long. The sun has decided to come out and bless us with its presence again.
It has.
Beautiful sun lighting up the surface.
Hip, 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 hooray. Yeah, we don't want to lose any more time in this game, that's for sure. And we haven't even completed a day yet, have we? We're
approaching it.
Yeah,
it's about 20 to 3 now. We went off for about 10 to 3 yesterday.
We're in terms of overs bowled, we're 10 overs shy of a completed day's play, or a scheduled day's play.
Bamber into Jones, who just leaves outside off stump.
Now a couple of leaves here for Jones from Bamber. We were saying that what they've done is not allowed him to lift the bat up in the air. I'd fancy this would be Bamber's last over. Let's have a look for Yadav and Helm, because this is the 7th over with the 2nd new ball. Bamber's 3rd, and he's bowled very well with it, but they'll want the breakthrough.
Helm's in at a point, would you say? As Bamber charges in and Jones just plays a forward defensive.
I'd probably give it Gully, because I'd say Holden's backward point.
Yeah, that's true.
I would have said backward point for Helm, but Holden is quick. There's a tight little passage there. There's 2 slips, and then the Gully and the backward point are tightly knit, although Gully obviously being that little bit further advanced.
We have the live stream back. Hooray!
Maybe it's a short backward point and an orthodox backward point. I certainly see your point. He's quite wide for a Gully, isn't he?
Indeed. Bamber in, and Jones plays and misses outside the off stump. Wonder if there's a little bit of a way swing there from Bamber.
Is that the ball?
Believe it was.
Let's have a look again. It's just gone off the surface, I'd say. Seam. Hasn't been much swing in this game. Yeah, I think it pitches and straightens on him. So a bit of seam movement for Bamber.
Into his 21st over, which is very impressive for him. 6 maidens, 0 for 56.
Well, when's the next championship game after this? September.
Bamber in, and Jones flicks him I was going to say exquisitely through mid-wicket. That's where he wanted it to play, but instead just clipped it onto mid-on.
Yeah, he lifted that one nearly. He just managed to check the shot in the end. As you say, he was set for an exquisite clip through the onside, but he very nearly
picked up mid-on.
Yeah, he managed to check the drive though. Yeah, Middlesex back here a week Sunday. I have to have a look and see what games are in between for Middlesex, but that feels like a bit of an erring in the scheduling. Could they not have tagged it onto the back of this game?
Bamber in, and Jones cuts that, trying to get it through that tight passage between backward point and Gully, but not able to do so. Holding does the fielding. End of the over. Durham 247 for 1.
Carbon footprints and all. We've all got to schlep it back to London and back up here and back again in the space of a few days. Why on earth did they not manage to tag the one-day cup game on the back of this? What day is this? Let's have a look.
It's a Tuesday.
What's a Tuesday?
It's a Tuesday, 26th today.
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant it was a Tuesday the game. That really was panicking me. Yeah, it's Sunday the 7th. Middlesex are back here.
So it's not this Sunday, but a week on Sunday.
Yeah. And Middlesex play Leicestershire at Radlett next Thursday. There'll be a reason, I know. There'll be something that there's a reason why, but could Middlesex not have played this Saturday, or indeed Friday, here at Chesley Street in the One Day Cup? Would that not have made an enormous amount of sense?
Surely too much sense.
Why are they not playing here on Friday or Saturday? Because it makes some enormous sense.
Yes, I was going to say, it's too much sense, surely.
Well, I saw Hugh Turberville, the cricketer, as editor. I think he'd been on a rival broadcaster somewhere overnight, and was talking about the schedule and just saying, look, 16 games a season, Championship and First Class, Championship and List A, and you play one Championship game a week, you play one List A game a week. Here's Roland Jones, his 21st over, he bowls, and this ball's clipped away out to deep square for a single, and Durham are 248 for 1, in which case the Championship would have to be played during the 100, but I think we're all accepting now, do you know what, we don't like this schedule, so let's just play the Championship during the 100, even if it's a weekend setup. But 16 games, 9 teams per division, home and away for everybody, so it's an even contest, and then a break for the blast.
The thing is, though, when you had two equal divisions.
Here's Roland Jones, and this ball's punched off the back foot, and there's no run. Marcy's just interjecting with a quick snippet that's turned into War and Peace. Sorry, go on, Martin.
If you had two equal divisions of 9, and everybody played each other twice, they'd only work because England managed to become the #1 Test team in the world. But then they got rid of that, and now
we're back to the 90s. I think you'll have caught all that, everybody. Did you catch that in your room?
I caught that.
There we go. Everybody will at home. Yeah, exactly, Marcy. Anyway. 2 slips in the gully. Roland Jones in the sun. He bowls, and this ball's full, straight, and driven to mid-on. Fielded by Umesh Yadav. Turns the gloves to John Simpson. It's Homer Simpson skies above us at the moment. Not the John Simpson skies of early. Lancashire skies we had earlier, didn't we?
Are you slightly surprised Yadav hasn't been brought on sooner? I mean,
No,
I think we're expecting him pretty soon.
I think Bamber was given his chance, and he's responded to it. He's bowled 3 maidens, hasn't he, with the second new ball in 4 overs. Roland Jones bowls, and a flashing drive from Jones. A naughty drive, really, that. Gave it everything outside off. Through it goes.
Took a step back to the leg side to try and open it up for him. Obviously, with the growth of the white ball game, that's
Have a look.
That's something that batters are now doing. They are starting to step away. You'll see it here.
Yeah.
Slight step away to try and access it. Try and open up the offside as much as possible.
Yeah. That felt naughty though against a new ball. He's got a little bit of a job here to do for the side. As here's Roland Jones in, bowls, and this time it's a more classical drive back up the pitch to the bowler. Marcy's got his binoculars out, peering at something on the far side of the ground. The stands over there. Who's in the stands? A few sprinkled around. Quite busy as he and I walked around the ground actually on the far side by the health club over on the far side, and around the front of the pavilion. Got a nice busy feel about it. Good number over here as well. But this is further away. If you are sat in front of Lumley Castle looking your furthest point away, square on, as Roland Jones comes in, bowls and edged along the floor to second slip, and Robson, soft hands, angled bat immediately into the ground. The ground staff have appeared, I think only after lunch, not because there's any imminent threat of anything. 248 for 1 after 88.
Going to say the sun has decided to now bless the entire ground. A couple of overgoes I mentioned had come out, it had blessed the playing surface, and it's now decided that the rest of the square can have some sunlight, which is very nice after what we experienced pretty much 24 hours ago with an absolute downpour of rain. So weather god's playing kind and should be able to make up all of the scheduled overs that we need to today. And believe right on cue, mentioned in the last over, Umesh Yadav potentially left a little bit longer, but it doesn't matter, he's into attack now, replacing Ethan Bamber from the Lumley end. 2 slips, gully and backward point again, a cover, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket and long leg, although gully has just been moved out to go to square leg.
Yeah, we're back to the 5-4 again. Bowl at the stumps.
He's going to deep square leg.
Oh,
maybe a bluff.
bowling at the stumps and the chest. Bamber's set a tone at the Lumley end. I think he's bowled really well. He's bowled tight, he's bowled accurate, he's challenged the outside edge.
Here is Yadav in, and Borthwick out. Borthwick just chips it straight back to him. First ball of Yadav after lunch, and Borthwick probably just didn't get his head in the right place, just chipped it straight back to him. It was nonchalant. Caught and bowled for 55 off 109 deliveries, 5 fours, and Middlesex get that prized second wicket that they desperately needed. Durham potentially looking to run away and run to the hills with it, but that was very...
He was through the shot too early, wasn't he? Look, you always say take a look, don't you? And that's what he didn't do there, Borthwick. He went too flowing with the drive first up from Yadav, so he hadn't got the pace of the new bowler. Obviously comes with the reputation of being rapid, Yadav. Through the shot and pays the price. First ball to Yadav. Yeah, I think you do. It's first-class cricket, isn't it? Just try and be a little bit more ball watchful. Borthwick knows that. That's just a simple explanation of it. Is all. 248 for 2. Boy, oh boys of Middlesex need that. And Yadav with the wicket. That'll have got his tail up as well. And having had the bar set by Bamber at the Lumley end with a good spell with the second new ball. Now Yadav, well, as he set the tone for his own spell with a wicket first ball. If he could be the one to just have a little purple patch here and open a door slightly for Middlesex to try and put a couple of wickets on that board with the second new ball in hand, a couple more with the second new ball in hand, then maybe Middlesex can get to grips with this afternoon session.
Nick Maddinson, the new batter in. I don't want to claim all the praise for that wicket, but I did mention in Bamber's last over, or the over before I think of February, I did mention that Yadav potentially should be coming on from the Lumley end, and he comes on, first ball, takes a wicket. Not going to take all of it, of course, but nice to know the inverse of the commentator's curse is still alive and kicking. Maddinson going through his stretches at the crease.
And they've gone to a 6-3 field now for the new batter rather than the 5-4 that they had for Borthwick. 2 left-handers still, and Yadav will remain over the wicket to him.
Yadav to Maddinson. In and bowls, and Maddinson leaves that outside off. I do feel for Luke Holman a little bit because he lined up at gully before the over started, and then swiftly got told to do the long trek out back to do the long trek back out to deep square, and then wickets taken. You can come back in now.
He's 21. He'll be fine. He
gets his steps in for the day.
He does. He's an all-action player. Luke Holman bat balling in the field, so he'll be fine. Robson's warming up still at second slip, not to bowl.
Yadav in, and Maddinson goes back and defends past the bowler, no run.
So 2 slips, Eskenazi and Robson. Holman at gully, point is Holden, cover is Milan, mid off. A relieved skipper Roland Jones mid on, an enthusiastic Helm ready to join the attack, you'd imagine. Mid wicket is Stoneman, and long leg Bamber.
Yadav in, and Maddinson drives him exquisitely through the covers for his first runs.
In the air for a moment.
Touch over pitch from Yadav, you have to say, sort of set up perfectly. And as you mentioned, probably didn't time all of it, did Maddinson, but it's a nice way to get off the run. That brings up Durham's 250. 252 for 2, slightly over pitch from Yadav, and Maddinson, having played some Test cricket for Australia, is never going to miss out on one of those. It's a throwdown for him to get his innings underway.
Maybe he wouldn't have played it if there was an extra cover there, but if there was one in place, he'd have been interested. It was in the air, the catch went up from Yadav, but there's a big gap between cover and mid-off, so give the benefit of the doubt to the batter that he wouldn't have played it.
Yadav in again, and Maddinson just defends this one into the ground to cover, no run.
He's got a fair old few locks falling out the back of the helmet.
He does indeed. I think.
He talks about Marty being stuck in the 90s. That was Marty in the 80s, I reckon, wasn't it? He'd have had locks hanging down the back of his neck like that.
I want to know who started this trend first, whether it was him or Rory Burns. I want to know if Rory.
So it is a ponytail, is it?
I don't think it. I'm not sure if it is a ponytail exactly, but Rory Burns post 2019 Ashes has seemed to come.
Oh no, Marty had a ponytail in the 80s.
Yadav in, and Maddinson just drops this on to mid-off for a single, for no run, 252 for 2, and it looks like I'll be leaving you, and Martin and Kevin will continue their banter.
We can bait him no longer. The headset's been donned to my left. Marty ponytailed Emerson is coming on. What was it we had earlier? Marcy's troublesome treats, was it, or something? What was it that we had? Welcome back, Marcy.
Yeah, I did have a ponytail. I discussed this on air last week.
You did?
I did. I got it mown off though because I went on work experience to the Shields Gazette and I thought I doubt they're going to employ anybody with a ponytail. I looked like a bit. I had long sort of curtains, a bit like Fergal Sharkey.
Curtains and a ponytail.
Well, then the curtains became a ponytail.
Uh-huh. And then did they become curtains again when you cut the ponytail off?
No, I just went there. Can't remember what I did after that. Sort of side parting, probably. I started on the Gazette when I was 18 as a trainee reporter. Here's this Roland Jones character coming into bowl. I wonder what haircuts he's had over the years. Oh, that's massive, isn't it? That's just been shown a picture of a huge jellyfish which is washed up on the beach at Roker, which is that
right?
I filmed 3 of them in the river last.
What kind are they? Because it's a nasty
brown
one.
marnie or something are they called? Huge they were.
What are the ones in Portugal? What are they called? The Portuguese man of war, is it?
Yeah, they're called the Portuguese man of war.
Nasty ones they are.
Well, these things can give you a sting as well. 252 for 2. Roland Jones in and turned away by Jones down towards long leg for 1.
They can all give you a sting. I think the Portuguese man of war is deadly though, isn't it? I think
I
videoed
lethal. These the other day from my paddleboard up the river out the back of ours last Tuesday.
You've got a paddleboard?
Yeah.
Do you? What do you do with it?
I play the paddle on it. There you are. That was just a few yards from the back of our house. Big things.
Whose legs are they?
Mine. I was trying not to fall in the river while filming it because I'm not the best on the paddleboard.
Fearing the jellyfish or the end of your phone? You're brave to have had the phone.
The phone was in a waterproof wrapper. I'd been out the night before without the phone. Roland Jones to Maddinson, cut towards point. Oh, that's gone through the fielder and away for 4. That's a bad piece of fielding.
And you missed a UFO.
Oh, has it gone? It's not. It's going to stop about a yard inside the rope in front of the castle stand. He'll get 3.
What happened the night before when you didn't have the phone?
I saw quite a few of them. I was out with my daughter. So
UFOs?
Yeah. And I thought I should have had my phone. And I mentioned that I'd seen them, and somebody said, "Well, you should have taken your phone." So I went back out the next night. Last Tuesday night, it was
when you say a waterproof bag, did you go and get a proper one, or did you strap it in a see-through kitchen bag, or what?
Yeah, just put a cling film around it.
No, did you go and get a proper one?
We've got them already.
Ah.
Roland Jones to Jones defended this one, goes short to Storman, short mid-wicket. Yeah, I knew we had them. I didn't know where they were. Transpired they were in the actual paddleboard bags back in the garage. So, have you done paddleboarding?
No, I haven't actually. I'd quite like to.
It's not very relaxing, I don't think.
It's not meant to be, is it?
Well, yeah.
Isn't it meant to be a full body workout?
Well, it is.
Yeah. What did you think was going to happen?
Well, a lot of people the kids
you were
just
thinking it was a gondola, were you?
Yeah. No. Roland Jones bowls. It's guided off down towards third man by Jones for 1. Up
Romance on the Roca Riviera, the gondola.
I think the way they vibrate, if you don't get nice and try and sort of centre yourself on it when you get on and get into a comfortable position, otherwise they're constantly vibrating up and down your legs and it gives you shin splints. That's what it feels like.
Oh, I don't like shin splints.
I was out the other night and then this boat came past me and it started to get a bit choppy on the river, so I went back down onto my knees and I was sort of paddling around on my knees and then my knees started to get sore.
Oh,
but it was hot and sticky last Tuesday.
Other than that, it was a lovely evening out.
Yeah. Over pitched from Roland Jones and played away to mid-on by Nick Maddinson. Good diving stop there by Bamber.
My shins are splintering at the thought. Yeah. That's hot. Shin splints are the worst. I used to get those when I was playing cricket all the time.
On Monday night last week, cloudless sky, red hot, and so you could see right down the bottom of the river dead clearly. And then the following night, it got
all
really
dead bodies.
muggy. Yeah, got really muggy, and it was overcast. So going up the river, couldn't see any of the jellyfish. We got up round near the glass centre where we'd seen some the night before, nothing. So turned around to head back, and suddenly, going back the other way, the light was different. The sun was just starting to go down. It was about 9 o'clock, and there they were, 3 or 4 of them swimming around. Big things.
Do you get a bead of sweat on every time the Roca Riviera goes transparent?
Yeah. 257 for 2. Ooh,
Quick, Jules,
coming up to 3 o'clock.
Get the gravy granules out.
Yeah.
Here's Yadav. Oh, this is my end, isn't it?
Yeah.
91st over, he bowls, and that's driven away.
Oh.
Beautiful shot by Jones. That was hit on the up again, and that's been a mark of his innings, actually. The mark of his driving through the offside. Really fine shot. He moves to 140, Jones.
Yeah, first tried it on a holiday in Lanzarote in a lagoon in the hotel and just kept falling in. But the first person to film these jellyfish was about 2 weeks ago, and did something on our breakfast show about it, warning people if you're going out paddleboarding or whatever, make sure you've got a wetsuit on, because if one of these things stings you, you'll know about it.
Yadav to Jones. That's a lovely looking clip, only as far as mid-on.
And contrary to popular belief, the best thing to do from a jellyfish sting is actually put hot water on it. Rather than the old wives' tales you might have heard.
Ah. Well, that's hot water as well, isn't it? Or hot liquid.
Well.
Yadav to Jones. Bowls. Quick single dropped in front of Roland Jones at mid-on. Well bowled, well played. Well run. 262 for 2. Helm to replace Roland Jones in a little while. They've got that 1 wicket. There's a bit of a gimme as well, that Borthwick wicket. I need to put my feet up, Marty. I keep kicking these leads, don't I?
What are you doing?
Oh, I'm trying to get comfy.
It's like being in a room with a restless toddler.
Yadav around the wicket, bowls, and that's driven nicely by Maddinson. Away through the covers, and it's 4 runs. He's into double figures.
Hasn't gone to 4, has it?
Has it not? Has he pulled it in?
Didn't, yeah.
Oh, thank you.
It's difficult to see where the rope is at that corner of the ground.
Yeah, it was quite a short boundary there as well.
Yeah.
Surprising it didn't go. Helm's warming up. Are you looking at the holes in my socks now? I've got my feet up. Is that what you're laughing at?
Yeah.
Still a year or 2 left in those socks.
The dirt's holding the socks together, really, isn't it? The state of them.
What? Sunday socks.
Holy.
So holy.
Let's have a look at these.
You can't be taking a picture of that.
I'm gonna.
This ball's clipped away by Maddinson. Backward square on the leg side for 266 for 2. They're well ventilated socks for the summer. It's like an old episode of Steptoe and Son, this, isn't it?
This has gone back to 169 for 1. What the heck's going on there?
It's the stream jumped. No, the other one's working alright here on Rob's laptop.
Don't know what's going on there.
Yeah, that was around the wicket. Bowls and forward goes Maddinson, pushing back. Top ball, 266 for 2. What's the punchline he's going to find for this? He's taking a picture of my hair. They're not quite holes, are they? They're just thinly worn, aren't they?
They don't exist anymore,
They
basically.
don't exist. There's a there's a netting left on the bottom, basically, isn't there?
Yeah.
It is. They're well ventilated. They're nice for summer. Ankle socks with good ventilation on the bottom as well. 266 for 2.
Have you brought the knotted hanky with you as well?
Yeah.
I think she's on the Skegness beach.
String vest.
Yeah.
And then puts on the Arctic coat to walk home. Still happy with that buy last night. Well worth the walk. 266 for 2. Maddinson 11, Jones 141. Here's Helm. None for 57 from 14. So his economy of 4 will just jar him slightly, but yeah, Helm is that bowler that can just be that little bit more aggressive sometimes, looks for a little bit more. What will he find here?
Comes in, and this is played away out through mid-wicket. No run there for Jones. Just a little flick of the wrists.
A few birds tweeting away outside the window, one of them fluttering to our right and then flips away over the Finkel Road end.
Starts his run up, right arm over from the Finkel end, comes in and bowls, and this is played to mid-wicket.
Oh, I had
No run there.
I had an erroneous road there.
You
didn't I?
did. It's named after the abbey along the river.
There must be a Finkel Road though, on the way to the Abbey. Finkel Road end. So it's named after that. Say it again. It's named after the Abbey.
There's an abbey along the river.
Along the river.
Up the river, upstream, about probably a mile and a half from here. It's a beautiful.
So Scotland.
Upstream. Scotland's to the north. I'm pointing south upstream. Because the river comes from the hills, you see, and flows downstream to the sea. But it's a great location for hide and seek, mind you. There's the old abbey ruins. There's a caravan site there as well. It's quite a nice setting.
You're not selling
in the
it.
woods. And there's the river meanders
Hard to see
through.
a caravan site. Isn't this what we warn our kids about?
Bowler comes in, and this is played up to mid-on. No run there. My wife did a live from there a few months ago because the Lumiere Festival was on in Durham, and they lit different things up with all kinds of different lasers and things like that, and they included Finkel Abbey this year as well, so I think they got some really good shots, but the cameraman sent us a drone round, and there's all the different lasers were shining on the rocks and everything.
What was it? I thought you said it was an air show.
Lumiere is a light
I thought you said an
festival.
air show,
No.
sorry. Lumiere?
Yeah.
As in the French filmmaker? Ah.
Well, from the French word to illuminate, isn't it, I think? Defended on a length this time by Jones.
Isn't Lumiere the famous film institute in
Yeah, possibly.
Paris?
Yeah. This
Was it Lumiere? Was it the Lumiere brothers that made the one where remember the moon and the rocket crashed into the man on the moon? Wasn't that the Lumiere?
I don't know.
Oh, Marcy.
But I think they've forgotten to give us cue for the news, so we might miss this one.
I'm going to be wrong now, aren't I? I'm going to have to Google all this quickly.
Well, the Lumiere
brothers. Here we
Festival
go.
moves to different locations every year. It's been in Durham 2 or 3 times. Thuds into the pad and Jones limps away for a leg by. Quite a heavy ball by Helm there.
Come for the cricket, stay for the French history lesson. The Lumiere brothers, Auguste Marie Louis Nicolas Lumiere and Louis-Jean Lumiere, his parents didn't like him as much, only gave him 2 names, were French manufacturers of photography equipment, best known for their cinematography, motion picture system, and their short films they produced between 1895 and 1905, which places them among the earliest filmmakers. So, yeah. Oh, they did Beauty and the Beast as well.
Did they?
No, they didn't, but the candle in Beauty and the Beast is named Lumiere.
Helm in, short one, flicked away by Maddinson, out through past square leg. He'll get a couple of runs here. So being chased towards the boundary. 2 runs. And that is the end of the over. I can hear the news in my ears now. 269 for 2. Still 53 overs to go today, and it's 3 o'clock. It's going to be a long one. Update coming. Well, there are runs to be had here, and Michael Jones is enjoying his time in the middle. He's now faced 298 balls for his 141. It's his best score in first-class cricket in the week in which he's been called up by England to play in a one-day international against New Zealand at the weekend. He put on 107 for the second wicket with Scott Borthwick, who's just gone, caught and bowled to the first ball of the afternoon from Umesh Yadav, the Indian. He went for 55, and he also put on 141 this morning with Alex Lees, who was bowled by Toby Rowland Jones for 46. Out there now, Nick Maddinson on 13. Jones moves on to 142. Durham 270 for 2. Oh. Did I say England? Did I? Well, when he gets there, he'll find out it's Scotland he's playing for, not England. That one there. Same as that one there. It's in the centre of the ground. Yeah, there's just looking at they're not on, but the floodlight pylons, the two central ones that have got a V shape where the rest are all. So Yadav starts anew over here, played away by Maddinson, back up towards the bowler's end. Yeah, I think it's the way the pylons in the corners here to our right and left, middle of the ground. It's the way the light spills from them, so they have a little V shape out the bottom of the pylons, while the ones at the side are full. I think they've got the same lights now at Chelmsford as well. Had them on yesterday, haven't had them on today. Don't think we'll need them today. This is guided down nicely through the slip corner along the floor by Maddinson. He'll get a couple of runs here, down to third man. Have we had any takers on how long your socks are going to last? Rollo says the Lumiere brothers did not make the famous silent film with the spacecraft crashing into the moon. What you're thinking of was Trip to the Moon by George Méliès.
Thank you to Andrew and
was he the trumpeter? Can you remember George Melly?
No. Roger Melly.
Roger Melly, the man on the telly. Wasn't George Melly a trumpeter, wasn't he? Yadav in, right arm over, short, pulled away by Maddinson down towards long leg to Bamber down just in front of our commentary position.
Ashthorpe, geez mate, I'll bring you some in tomorrow. It's back to TK Maxx tonight, isn't it? They're well ventilated for the summer, it works. Just let them breathe all day on air. Oh, there's Lucy again. It's Lucy bark less than Pasha. Oh, Yadav strikes Jones
right
with a bouncer.
Helmet.
Yeah, smashes into the helmet as he ducks into it. He's fine. He takes the helmet off and has a natter with Maddinson, but that was some crunch, wasn't it, to end the over there. Yadav gives the hand up at the end just to say sorry. You all right? He'll have to have the concussion test now. So that's Chris Rushworth's dad's dog, Lucy, who was yapping away downstairs. Was Pasha more
different
yappy
to Ken
than Lucy?
Dodd's dad's dog. Physios are coming out to have a look here.
Who do you reckon was more yappy? Joe's Pasha or Joe's Lucy? I think Pasha was more yappy.
I think they're all yappy. All terriers are the same, aren't they, really?
No, Lucy's quiet and well behaved.
It's in the nature of the dog. Just having a check here of seems to be alright. It was Liam Travascus got hit twice in the head in the match a few weeks ago against Notts, was it? And ended up having to go off. And then the following game.
Yeah, we can have a look and see which videos Lumiere brothers made then. First film was 1895. Oh, they made the one of the train coming into the station as well, didn't they? Which was had everybody screaming when it was put up on the cinema screen.
Oh, is that Ivor the engine goes wild? Is that the one? Ian Myers has emailed. He says, alright Mara, checking in for the first time in this game. Excellent stuff from all the lads on commentary so far. Really enjoyed the crack from the secondary and tertiary voices. For Kevin's information, there are 2 Finkel roads in the county. One, unsurprisingly, in Framlegate Moor, leading to the Abbey. The other in Newton Aycliffe, leading to nothing in particular. What's for tea tonight, fellas? I'm looking for inspiration, he says. Gan canny, says Ian.
Sri Lankan beef curry. That's what we had for lunch. You could replicate
nice.
it at home.
Yeah.
It was relatively uncomplicated. It might be relatively uncomfortable later. It was relatively uncomplicated, wasn't it? The Sri Lankan beef curry. It was just nice. It had a sweet little taste to it. Nothing too fiery or complicated, I'd say. Speaking of fiery, yet complicated, here comes Yadav.
Yeah, Jones resumes, he's on strike, and that's another short one which he nearly ducks into. 142 he's on, and that is the end of the over. 273 for 2 Durham. Bernard's been on with an email, distraction for batters. Dear Marty, in 1986 when the Football World Cup was being played in Mexico, my cricket team, Kirkley Cricket Club, were away to Amble Cricket Club with their ground next to the open cast site working at the time. Obviously the noise was significant, but as you do, you have to put it out of your mind. I'd scored 5 out of a 50 partnership and then noticed the open cast site had gone quiet and stopped working. It shows if you're determined to concentrate on the game, any extra noise disappears. I think that goes back to the distractions of open windows and building sites we were talking about a little earlier on. John Hutchison's emailed. He says, afternoon, Sonner. Greetings from a sunny Black Bin Day in Bolton. Bin Day in Bolton's a big thing.
Full from Helm and worked into the onside by Maddinson watchfully.
He said, I've just been hearing you talking about haircuts. I've literally just been to get mine sorted. I pick it back up in a couple of hours. And he said, I also had to go to the opticians and you'll never guess who I bumped into.
The brick wall?
Everybody, he says. I'm here all week, says John. But Black Bin Day is only on a Tuesday. Be recycling day next week then.
Helm around the wicket bowls, and this ball's pushed to mid-off and there's no run. I rarely have the black bin go out now, it's only ever the recycling. By the time all the compostable waste goes into one bag, plastic into the others, what's left to go in the black bin?
Your empty quinoa packets from Waitrose.
All the plastic goes in recycling now,
we don't have a compostable bin, we have a blue bin for plastics and tins and paper and cardboard. And a green bin for everything else.
Plastic bags down to the local supermarket. They recycle all your plastic bags, including your sweet wrappers now.
Yeah, they don't like me filling them up and walking out with the stuff in them, though.
Helms around the wicket bowls, and Maddinson playing late into the offside, backward a point. It trickles, running up his Holden's to collect just a few yards from behind the bat, really. Well, you have to take all your plastic bags, including your sweet wrappers, to the supermarket now, don't you? So there's very little that goes in the black bin anymore. About tissues, that's all that ever go in there. Kids blow their nose, throw it in the black bin bag. It's about the only thing that ever goes in there now, isn't it? What do you do with the wee compostable waste then? Does that go in the black bin still? Or do you have a compost heap out back? No. Here's Helm around the wicket bowls, and what a sweet pickup that is. Now he's not going to get full reward. It's just a single down to deep backward square leg, but it was a lovely little pickup, clipped away.
That was worth a 10.
10 out of 10 for effort, style, imagination, dismissiveness.
I tweeted earlier luncheon and put the score, and Steve tweeted back, said you've changed. Luncheon. So yeah, we had it in the kitchenette.
We're watching replays of Lumiere classics. Helms in, bowls into the hips, works away down to deep backward square leg. Pick up a couple hit. Nicely done. There's 2 in the deep. Maddinson trips. He's gone. Run out. Well, now I think he may have gone even without the stumble. I think he stumbled at the shock that he was coming back for a second. The call was wiped by Jones, thinking he was running to the danger end. I just don't think Maddinson was ready. Middlesex have a 3rd wicket. They have a bowling point out of absolutely nothing there, and the 2 that have come since the change of ball, a mistimed drive straight back to Yadav. Borthwick threw the shot too early on the first ball that he received from Yadav, and now the run out of Maddinson, and Middlesex will feel a lot happier with the 3 on the board, and they'll just heap a little bit of pressure onto Jones, because I think, to be fair, he was running to the danger end, but Maddinson wasn't ready for it at all. He almost stumbled in surprise at the fact he was being called back.
Well, he tripped over, didn't he, halfway down and lost his balance.
I just don't think he was ready. It was, the feet were barely going below him. As you say, he nearly lost his footing. Kept going, but was out by a mile.
Yadav to Helm.
I thought you were breaking into song there. It sounded rhythmical, that. Yadav's been involved in both wickets then since the second new ball. .275 for 3 it is then. So there are 16.1 overs remaining with bonus points in play. Middlesex could be greedily thinking of a second bowling point here. Durham's run rate still hasn't quite nudged 3 and over, which it did at one point between Jones and Lees, but only momentarily, and then it was back down below 3. Which will keep Middlesex happy. Beddingham's in. Jones is still in. He's on 143 from 302 deliveries. And Helm is running in. 2 slips go down. Bowls, and this is worked off his legs down to long leg for a single bite. Beddingham gets off the mark. First ball, keeps the strike. And 94 overs bowled. Tea will be taken at 4 today, regardless of overs remaining. So there is still 45 minutes until the interval here. Making up time from yesterday, but only 4 overs because we lost 4 today due to the delayed start, the damp outfields this morning. 276 for 3, the run out of Maddinson. A real shocker of a run out, that one. It just... most run outs are unnecessary, aren't they? But that one... Maddinson just wasn't at the park at all for that second run. I think he was happy with the single. Jones had clipped. Jones was tearing back down for the second. When the ball was thrown then to the non-danger end, the bowler's end from long leg, and yeah.
Well, in my tweet I described that as not a good moment for Durham. David, he's struggling with those tweets. Oh, where's that gone?
Banged in short from Yadav and pulled away by Jones, and there's no run. No, the wine gloves. No, thank you. No, thank you.
He doesn't drink.
That's 280 for 3 with a pull shot. Marcy certainly does.
It's tricky opening these sweet wrappers when you've got a weak arm.
Oh, sugar intolerance. Too much sugar. Get on Marcy's nerve. I get all hyper.
You can get worse than this. Is that possible? Whoa!
Yadav's in again, and that's picked up over mid-wicket for 6. So Beddingham's... No, Jones, sorry. Jones moves to 150. 154 with a 6 over mid-wicket. Banged in short. Now, he was struck on the helmet a couple of overs back, wasn't he, by Yadav? And he's decided, right, put that there again, and you go into the short boundary. Gone he has. First 6, 23 fours. 305 minutes and 154 for Jones.
I think we've only seen 2 6s in this match, haven't we? Gone after him again.
And where's this one gone?
Down to
fine leg for 6 more. Wow.
So he's hit 16 runs in 3 balls this over. There you are. A bit of aggression. So what is 100 and... what were the stats for his 150? 305 balls. There you are, confirmation on the stats.
.292 for 3 is the score. Let's play pauses momentarily. Marcy, you and your tweets. Kevin Hand reckons he's got 2 years left in those socks. 2 years from when? 1987, says Billy Twiddle. It works, folks. Try it. Ventilation on the bottom as well as ankle socks. Perfect for the summer.
Let's have a whip round to buy Kev some socks.
Oh, it's too hot.
If you donate just £1,
they've been worn in. They're perfect.
I've got bats that aren't worn in that much.
Oh, there you go. Sussex stalwart, writes David Townsend. Adrian Harms provides... Can he be called a stalwart? He's a Johnny-come-lately, isn't he, Adrian Harms?
Well, that photograph was from Trent Bridge today, wasn't it? So
With
day
fish
one
and
there.
chips.
Yeah.
Yadov's in, bowls. Oh, and he goes after him again. Through to the keeper. I thought there was a noise on that. There wasn't.
No.
A signal of one for the over for Yadov. Well, they're looking as though they're happy to stand toe-to-toe to Jones here on the short stuff, and Jones likewise. He's replaying the shot still. First photo for Cali Memorial Fish and Chip Night. Send your pictures and tributes to myself or Jonathan Doidge and we'll retweet them tomorrow. We managed 7 or 8 last year. Let's make it double figures this time. There's that pieces of fish for DT. Headers in, bowls, and this is clipped away out to deep square for a single full delivery. Jones on to 161, 292 for 3. It's all go here all of a sudden, isn't it?
What time's tea meant to be? 4 o'clock, did they say today? 4 p.m. I was trying to work out earlier when the day's play would end, given on how many overs were left, and I gave up.
Do you think you'll have room left for fish and chips tonight, Marcy?
Me?
Piling into those biscuits upstairs.
Proper fish and chips. What biscuits?
You'd have to... Bedingham drops a single into the onside. Now, I thought he got off the mark with a single down to long leg. It must have been a leg got by. In fact, no, he didn't. That's his first ball face. Apologies. So it must have been Jones who was on strike. I called it as Bedingham. A couple of overs back. My apologies. He's off the mark. That was his first ball.
So still 3 hours and about 15 minutes to go here. Plus tea, which is 20. I don't know if we'll be having fish and chips tonight.
Well, you have to, apparently, according to DT and Deutsche.
We don't have to at all.
Then you have to tweet him a picture of it.
I'm going for physio stuff.
We were just discussing people who tweeted pictures of food yesterday, weren't we?
Callie used to eat it too quick to tweet a picture of it, didn't he?
I'll tell you what, they hate it when I get fish and chips and put gravy on it and tweet pictures of that. That upsets a lot of people.
When you put gravy on what?
Fish and chips.
Oh.
It works. Oh, it works. But it upsets Brace. Doesn't like it at all. Spin bowler coming back in here in Holman.
He gets upset by a lot though, Braces, doesn't he?
Well, maybe it's an age thing.
Yeah, a bit of leg spin here. What do you make of that, Marty? New ball's 15 overs old.
Yeah, so they've gone back to spin. Holman in bowling. Right arm over from the Finkel end, and on strike is Bedingham. Just plays the ball back to the bowler along the ground there. Fielder at mid-on down below us has got his sunglasses on the back of his head and they're reflecting back towards us. Bedingham with a little flick off the hips towards deep square leg for 1. Now they've seen Jones opening up in recent overs, so mid-off and mid-on, drop the long off and long on. Got deep mid-wicket, long leg drops back as well. There's a normal mid-wicket, a short extra cover, backward point. Holman comes in and bowls, and almost looks as if it tricks Jones a little bit. It seems to roll up the bat as he's playing it, and I think that thudded into his glove and came back down towards his feet there. Pied wagtails have arrived. You can hear it chirping away. Holman in again. Oh, that's gorgeous. Get after that. That's what a beautiful stroke that is. He's attacked, but it looked flamboyant. He's driven that out through the covers for 4. Almost going down on one knee. Derek Randall, eat your heart out.
Lovely shot, wasn't it?
Durham a run away from their 3rd batting point. And then there'll be 2 balls to go. 14 overs left to try and see if they can get any more. Cut-off's 110 overs in the first innings for each side for bonus points. Holman in again. Oh, a little reverse dink round the corner. That's sneaky. That's 4 more. And there's 300 up as well. And that takes Jones to 169. Durham 303 for 3. 3. 95.5 overs.
Aye, the 350's on for them now. We were just pondering if they continued at 3 or below and over, they were going to be short of the 350, but well on now in the next 14 overs. Get to 4th batting point. Quite rightly, they should be moving it on.
Holman in again. Oh, he's dragged this pretty nastily out through mid-wicket there.
Has to be careful
Jones,
here, doesn't he?
Yeah, he misread that completely there. He's gone into aggressive mode though, hasn't he?
Yeah, there's aggressive mode, and if he'd have got stumped on that one, to be fair, we'd have been saying reckless, wouldn't we?
Mm-hmm.
So you just need to be a little bit careful. Everything he did in that was very, very good. But still a job to be done. 303 for 3, Bedingham 2, Jones 169. I've got through all the tweets. I'm going to get out of the way in a moment. Time for a coffee. Oh, change of bowler at the Lumley end.
Has
It's going to be Tom
anybody
Helm.
tweeted back and noticed the quality of your socks?
Oh yes, Andrew Rad's given a like to my theory that you need that ventilation on the bottom in the summer as well as them being ankle socks.
Andrew was up here a few weeks ago for the T20 and had a long weekend up here because he went to visit his dad's old house in Ryep on the coast between Sunderland and Seaham. Change of bowler.
On bowls, it sees to backward point by Bedingham. David Friedman on Twitter regarding scheduling was making the point overnight, I think it was, that Middlesex have 8 days of cricket at home, 4 at Lords, 4 at Radlett from July 22nd to the end of the season. 8 days of home cricket for Middlesex after July 22nd in the summer, Marty. What do you make of that?
Sounds to me like it's about 8 days worth of cricket.
David says it's utter madness. There are, I shall continue as Helm comes in, bowls, and this ball's pushed back by Bedingham, no run. There are about 9 million school-age kids in Greater London. I suspect more than half north of the river.
Can't be that many. Really? The population
Greater
of
London
London's only about 10 million now, isn't it?
No, Greater London, he said. Greater
Well,
London's population
I think the
in excess of
greatest-
20 million, isn't it?
Well, you're basically a distance of 70 miles across then, aren't you? And that's like going from Leeds across to Liverpool.
Two slips go down as Helm bowls, and this ball's clipped through mid-wicket for 4. Lovely shot by Bedingham, his first boundary. And 307 for 3 is the score. Let me finish that sweep before I get out of the way. Yet not a single minute of first-class cricket being played at home of cricket during the holidays, except the exorbitantly priced test. Damn the ECB. Well, he makes a fair point, doesn't he? Not a single minute of first-class cricket being played at the home of cricket during the summer holidays. In fact, there's not a single minute of any cricket played at Lords by Middlesex. There's only the 100 during the summer holidays played at Lords. That's not great, is it? And they want to reduce it further. Madness. Helm to Bedingham, who punches beautifully and well stopped. Holds and dive into his right up point. Very well done. Jason Manning says, enjoyed the coverage, thank you. Credit to Durham, who batted superbly, but do you think the Middlesex attack lacks a bit of X-factor? Also bowled a lot of overs in recent games, except Bamba. What is the best Oppo attack you've seen yet this season, Martin? Where have Middlesex ranked so far?
Oh, well down.
Really?
Notts were the best.
Yeah, I think everyone will go with Notts. I mean, Notts are the best at everything in this division at the moment, but the others are all keeping them in sight. As this ball's eased away into the offside by Beddingham, and there's no run.
Yeah, I thought Middlesex were good at Lords. Yeah.
It is a bit of a flat one, to be fair, isn't it?
There's only been 2 games where Durham have been bowled out twice, I think. Well, there was the Glamorgan game they got bowled out.
Were they both away?
No, Notts was here. There was Middlesex away. The Glamorgan game here, on day 3, I was saying I couldn't see how we'd be in a position with the slow tracks and whatnot to have a winner, and then suddenly Durham lost a few quick wickets and it was taken out of their hands, but they then fought back and won with the ball. Beddingham turns this delivery out to mid-wicket, so Durham couldn't really cope with the Notts attack earlier in the year, and they were quite a weakened Durham side at Lords. They had no Beddingham, they had no Dixon. Potts was taken out of the equation. It was a bit of a makeshift side, that one, to be honest. I think Middlesex got lucky that Durham lost their 2 key batsmen who were both scoring centuries for fun at the time.
Only had Stokes come in.
But he'd hardly played any cricket, that was the thing. Tony says there's a cost of living crisis. It's only right we save a few quid by not buying new clothes until the old ones are no good. And those socks will last for eons yet, says Tony.
Well said, Tony, thank you.
I don't think there's anything of them left, that's the thing. It's the Emperor's new socks, that's what it is. Right, we'll get Rob in for a bit and then...
yeah, I'm off. Go on. I'm going
take your socks with you.
Rethink life.
I'm going to rethink life. Rethink sock. Sock it to them, Kev. Holman. Right arm over from the Finkel end, and this is played away. Back up towards the bowler by Jones. Is on 169 now from 313 deliveries. Until he got 108 against Leicestershire this year. Jones's previous best, as he plays this one back to the bowler as well, had been 82 in the final game of the Bob Willis Trophy at Nottingham in 2020. He's also had a 50 against Worcestershire in a home game here this year. Got 81 against Glamorgan last year and 78 in a win at Worcestershire. And he's batting with David Beddingham now, and that's a lovely drive out through wide of the long off for 4. Nice shot right out the middle. When he was batting with David Beddingham last year, and he got that 78 in the win at Worcestershire, he added 171 with Beddingham for the 5th wicket, with Beddingham making 121. So he's received a one-day call-up by Scotland, and he last played for them in 2019. He's played 8 one-day internationals for them. Made 87 on his one-day debut for them against Ireland in Dubai in 2018. This is a nice little shot there. He's just linked into the ball, taken the pace off the delivery and steered it up past the bowler and a few yards in front of long on to give himself a chance to just jog a gentle single there. Beddingham is on 6. Holman in, bowls. That's a medium pace, and that's not a very good ball. He's gone away with it because Beddingham's pulled it down to long leg to Helm in front of the Castle stand. I would have imagined maybe 2 or 3 yards either side of Helm there, and that might have gone, but he found the man. Jones cuts, it's gone out into the covers, it's stopped by Yadav. Bounces off him as he falls backwards. In fact, who is that out there? That's not Yadav, is it? That is it's the 12th man. Yeah, Walla Walla Wita. End of the over then. Rob's back with us.
I am indeed. Tom Helm to continue from the Lumley end. 17 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 66. Dragged his economy down from yesterday. Got it down at just under 4 and over and bowled very well today. I'd say slightly unfortunate not to have a wicket, but maybe you can change that now. Be Bellingham on strike, 7 off 10. Jones on the non-strikers end sitting on 174. Helm in, bowls. Bellingham just plays that into the ground towards cover, no run. Just under 12 overs left with bonus points still in play. Do you reckon Durham can push up towards 350? Get that fourth?
They can get to
batting point?
350. I would be surprised if they got to 400.
Do you think that's in the back of their mind? That extra
350.
So Helms in, bowls, and Bellingham just defends back to him. Should be doable from here. You've got 10 overs to get 37 runs.
Well, they're going along at 3 and over at the minute, aren't they? So 3.2 and over, so
Should be within reach. Just a 1 slip now in for Bellingham. Hellman again. Bellingham clips this down to long leg for a single. 12th man does the fielding duties. Bellingham moves on to 8. Potential change in tactic here. Ethan Bamber, who was fielding at short cover for Bellingham's, now gone out to deep point. He's been replaced. There is still a cover in place, but maybe a slight change. There's no one back on the leg side boundary for the chin music. So if he does pitch it in short, then there is the option to go for it. In again, bowls, and Jones just drives that to cover. Holman with the fielding. "20 minutes until the tea interval, and play can, I think, scheduled close of play is around 6:30, although depending on overs played by that point we might have to stay on a little bit longer. I think Marty said in commentary earlier probably sticking around till closer to 7 PM to get him in. Helm starts his run up. In, and Jones plays that into the ground, looking for a single, but in the end, not there. Tried a little tap and run, but Slip was very quickly on the action to snuff out any chance of a single. Last ball of the over then. Helm turns at the top of his mark and charges in again. Bowls in, and Jones just defends that into the surface. End of the over. Durham 314 for 3 off 99.
Just looking at Jones, he's on 174, and there's been 5 occasions when a Durham player's got to 250 or more.
Slight conflab in the middle as Toby and Jones goes back up to the umpires and asks them to check the ball over.
There's been, I think, 18 times the Durham batsman's got to 200, including on this ground recently. Rachin Ravindra, in his one and only game for Durham, made 217.
Was that only because he'd been released by New Zealand or something that he only played
Yeah.
the one game?
Durham had an injury issue, and Keegan Peterson, I think, needed to go home early as well. So he came in for one game. He'd come to England with New Zealand and then was released from their party, so he'd gone on holiday to Dublin with some pals and received a phone call from Durham, can you come and play for us for a game? So got a double 100 in a half century. That's a full toss from Hallman at the start of the next over, bowling to Beddingham, but he finds the fielder at mid-off, no run there. In comes Holman again, he bowls, and a little cut towards point for Beddingham, 1 run. Listeners of Radio Newcastle's Total Sport, it returned last night, and if you look on the Radio Newcastle Twitter feed, or indeed go on listen again, particularly the second hour of last night's show on Total Sport, it's been shared on Twitter by Radio Newcastle and on the Facebook page as well. It was a tribute show to one of the listeners. This is played forward here by Jones for 1 up towards long off, and for many of the 14 years the show has been on air, it's the evening football phone in and whatnot. We've had Albert from Wooler in Northumberland, who was a regular caller, Newcastle United supporter, and at one point in 2018, yes, bowler comes in here and bowls this one. He was invited to go and interview the former Newcastle manager at the time, Rafa Benitez. Bowler comes in again, and this is driven down the field for 4. Nice shot, straight back over the bowler's head for Beddingham. That takes the score under 320 in the 100th over. And yeah, he became popular with the listeners, would ring in every week. Hello, it's Albert from Wooler. And he had a distinctive accent, and then as soon as he'd said his piece, he'd quite often be gone by the time the rest of the team had their say. He was always to the point, but sadly he passed away a few weeks ago. But on the show last night, the second hour of the show was a tribute to him, and they had some clips from previous calls and his interview with Rafa Benitez, and his daughter and his grandson were in the studios as well. This is pushed away quickly on the offside by Beddingham for a single into short extra cover territory. And it wasn't just Newcastle fans ringing in with comments, there was lots of Sunderland fans as well, and people from across the region who recognised him, knew who he was. And he became a bit of a popular figure, so it's a lovely listen. The bit of the show which they put out, which I listened back to on BBC Sounds this morning, it's about 40 minutes or so, 45 minutes, but it's a really nice listen if you're looking for something to listen to a little later on when there's no cricket on. Reminder, of course, the football season starts this coming weekend. Very early start this year because of a World Cup, which is going to stop things for 5 weeks in November and December.
Not a huge fan of a Winter World Cup, I have to say.
No, it's a peculiar one, isn't it? But no doubt the Northern League will benefit if the weather's okay. We might be buying a few Bovrils and wagon wheels and losing raffle tickets at varying grounds.
Helm in, bowls, and Bellingham just turns this to mid-wicket for no run. Well, I'm not a fan of a Winter World Cup for many reasons, but also one of the biggest ones is the short turnaround that the professional players have got. In terms of, players having just come back off the end of a quite long season, they have a much shorter summer break, and, certain clubs have been away to Asia in pre-season and down under to Australia, and then you come back and you get 1 week back in. You get 1 week back in England, which you're already doing pre-season training, and then you've got to start the season and play 3 games a week, pretty much standing up until the World Cup. Helm in, and Beddingham just prods that into cover. And then for those who are going to the World Cup, you play the World Cup, you're playing so much extra football, it's just ridiculous.
Well, it would be like that in any World Cup year, though, wouldn't it? But the thing is, they've
season's been brought forward to start.
Yeah.
Just everything shortened.
Who's your team?
Man United, which doesn't make sense.
Oh yeah, well you would be a Man
Hampshire.
United fan coming from Hampshire. It's obvious. I should have worked that out myself.
Family from Lancashire, before anyone crucifies.
Yeah, Burnley, I think they're from, aren't they?
Helm in, bowls, and Bellingham flicks this to square leg for no run. Yeah, my mum's from Lancashire, so Burnley take over my second team, but...
Have you been at Burnley's ground?
I have indeed.
Because they've got the cricket club out the back of there.
They do.
The
Burnley Cricket Club right on the back of Turf Moor. But yeah, when I was young, my sisters and my grandparents would take me to the Old Trafford Club shop.
Yeah.
And that's just...
let you look through the window.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, any further and you get quickly escorted off by security, so... Yeah, that's how Man United's done. Anyway, less said about Man United, the better. Torrid season, don't really want to talk about it. Helm in and Bellingham. LBW shout.
Looked wrong. Everything looked wrong about that appeal.
Not given. They're most definitely going down leg, looking back on this live stream. Very helpful, not helpful, hopeful appeal by the Middlesex players.
They, I was just thinking of the cricket ground next to Burnley, because it's often popular with away fans going to Burnley.
It's the place for away fans.
And then thinking of other football grounds that used to be attached to cricket grounds. Well, it was Northampton, their old ground. They played at Wantage Road.
Helm in and Bellingham drives him straight past him, or attempts to, and Helm collects it in his follow through for no run.
When Darlington played at Feetham's, you came in through the main cricket gate and you used to have to walk all the way around the cricket ground to get to the football stadium at the far end, and the sight screen wall at one end was basically the back of the football terrace there. Used to I remember parking in a cricket ground at Swindon. Trying to think of any others that are major football grounds attached to cricket grounds. Must be a few or more out there.
I'm sure the listeners will let us know if they've got any of their own. Helm 2 finishes 19th over. Bottles in bowls and Bellingham tucks us to mid-wicket for no run. End of the over, Durham 321 for 3, Jones on 175 and Bellingham on 14.
Ash Thorpe points out Bramall Lane hosted an Ashes test because Yorkshire played at Bramall Lane, didn't they? And was Bradford Park Avenue football ground, that was the cricket ground as well, wasn't it? Yeah. There's got to be others that I'm not thinking of. I know Swansea, when Durham played at Swansea in 2017, that's in the rugby stadium. There's quite a few cricket grounds just in the northeast where they share with rugby. So Ashbrook in Sunderland's a rugby ground as well, and Westow in South Shields. I think North Durham had a rugby ground at one end, didn't it? And back in the day, they're not there anymore now. They folded as a club. Wearmouth was that was multi-use, wasn't it? But that was more football, was it? Yeah, it's a big setup there. Here's Holman then to start his 15th over. Durham are 321 for 3. There are 9 overs left for bonus points, so they need to get the 350 to get the next batting point. Ball played into the covers this time by Jones, who is on 175 still. And the other issue here, of course, is that in the next 9 overs, the chances of Middlesex getting 3 quick wickets to get at least a second bowling point, you would think, are slim. Again, after that's been launched downfield by Jones. And as soon as it left the bat, I lost sight of that one. And that's amazingly a 50-run partnership between these two, who it feels like they've only been out there together for about 3 minutes. So this is since Maddinson was run out. It's 45 balls.
Just over half an hour as well. A very good shot there from Jones, inside to out, lifting it over the infield, and just one bounce over the rope for 4. Oh, he's back with his coat.
Putting his coat on, is he? The
You called
sun's
him this
shining,
cold?
it's lovely. No, I've turned the aircon off. It was freezing with that on. It's nice now. It's perfect.
I'm going to say, it's perfect.
It's a nice
it's
summer's
perfect
day
conditions
now.
here. Don't know how you've got a coat on.
Unbelievable. Jones cuts off towards the point boundary for 1. So there's 5 runs added to the total in 2 deliveries. 326 for 3 now. How are you cold?
It's only 18 degrees.
What's wrong with that? That's perfect. 18
Only
degrees.
18.
Perfect temperature. You don't want any more than that. 20's plenty. Holman in again. Oh, it's a little bobble that just beats the fielder close in on the leg side there for Bellingham, and he gets a run. Nanook of the North there. Have you just been outside to feed the Huskies? Is that where you've been? You went to have a cup of tea. Holman now bowling to Jones on 180. Jones just plays the ball safely on the offside out in towards the cover area. No run there. Good point from Ash. No wonder you're cold with your drafty cold feet.
Fair.
Yeah. Holman bowls. Oh, that stayed low and did well to spot that late on Jones. That's come right off the toe of the bat. Played it away out into the covers, end of the over. 327 for 3. 9 minutes to 4 o'clock, and then about another 5 minutes after that, we'll be doing an update for Radio Newcastle, and we can bring Tardy Kev back in. Did you watch the drama series Cold Feet? Was that a favourite of yours? Huh?
I have quite warm feet.
You have warm feet.
You want to get that checked out, mate, if you got warm feet.
I mean, that's why there's no socks left. They're too warm.
Helm to continue from the Lumley end. Bellingham just asking the umpire for, I believe, off stump. Field is set for relatively straight bowling. We'll see if Helm abides. Runs in bowls. And Bellingham cuts this on the back foot brilliantly through the point region. They're looking for 3. I don't think they'll get there though, but played it under his eyes. Ball bounced up a bit off the surface, and Bellingham was equal to the task and played that adequately off the back foot. Durham 329 for 3. Bellingham moves himself on to 17.
A reminder to listeners that 20's plenty when it comes to temperatures. Freezing up here. He's tweeted freezing up here. Unbelievable.
20's not plenty when it comes to layers for upwards.
Well, if you'd remember to bring any clothes with you, you might be warm.
In again, bowls, and Bellingham plays almost a carbon copy. Plays a bit squarer this time, straight to cover for no run. So was that what, an Instagram filter?
No, what you're trying to do? An icicle picture or something?
Helm turns at the top of his mark and begins his run in. In and bowls, and Bellingham flicks that onto the leg side for a single. Brings Jones on strike.
In theory, we're 7 minutes from tea here. They did say 4 o'clock was going to be a timed tea rather than overs remaining tea. Well, often when we're told that, they then don't go for tea until there's only 32 overs left, which is then about 20 to 5 or something. So
they go with the flow then, is what you're saying there, Martin?
it's a bit fluid. Yes. What are they going on here? What are they doing? They're,
Is someone on the field at fine leg?
oh, who's that there? Oh, Jamie's ended up on the field. It's one of the Durham spectators. He was playing cricket at lunchtime with Chris Rushworth, and he's ended up on the field. I'm not sure how. I think he's fallen over or something. They're helping him off anyway. Fallen over the barrier. Huh? I think he's alright. He's walking back to his seat anyway.
Helm in again. Jones leaves that comfortably outside the off stump.
see what happened there. Sometimes he leans on the barrier at the front of the stand and occasionally gets a little bit excited, and he somehow tumbled over onto the grass by the looks of things. He's okay though, he's sitting back in his seat now.
Helm in, and Jones just defends this one straight back to him.
It's a nice day out there actually, isn't it? A very gentle breeze. Arctic, he says. I said 20 is plenty and he said 20 layers maybe. As I said, if you'd managed to bring 2 layers with you, you'd be fine, wouldn't you? You know, proper socks. For such a harsh winter's day, you need your ski socks on.
Helm now deciding to change and come around the wicket for the final ball of the over. There is a man very fine on the hook. See if it is some chin music. Comes in. It's not. It is wide outside off stump, and Jones does have a flash at it, but doesn't get contact on it. End of the over. Durham 330 for 3. 3 minutes to 4.
Of the 18 occasions and when a Durham player has got to 200, and at the moment Jones is on 180, and the most recent I mentioned in that Worcestershire game, Rachin Ravindra on this list. Keaton Jennings got a 201 non-out here in 2016. I think he went on to get 7 centuries that year, and then in that domestic season was the first Durham player to finish as the highest scorer in the country and won the Cricket Writers Player of the Year. Marcus North did it in 2004 at Sophia Gardens in Cardiff, 219 against Glamorgan, now Durham's Director of Cricket. Holman in. And this is played away by Beddingham. It was a full-length delivery, just drifting towards leg stump. He's flicked it up to mid-on for 1. Cameron Steele, 224 against Leicestershire in 2017. I was there for that one. His mum and dad had flown over from Australia, so they saw him do it as well. He became the first player born in America to get a double hundred in first-class cricket. The record is still Martin Love's 273 against Hampshire here in 2003. And then second from last year on this ground, David Beddingham's 257. Mike Hussey also got a double hundred in 2005 at Leicester when he was the skipper. I think it was his debut, 253 he got there. This ball's played away up to the cover area, no run there. Keaton Jennings against Yorkshire in 2016 as well. I think that was the year where Jennings started the season with hundreds in each innings against Somerset. This is defended, and I think he became the 3rd Durham player to get 100 in each innings, and then a week or 2 later Scott Borthwick did the same thing here against Lancashire. And then earlier this year Sean Dixon became the first Durham player, as this is played by Jones up to long on for 1, to get 3 consecutive hundreds. So he got a century in the second innings at Hove and then got hundreds in each innings at Worcester. 3-3-3 for 3 the score now. 1 minute to 4 o'clock, played away by Beddingham out in towards the covers for 1 run. 1 ball left. The clock says 3:59. There'll be 41 overs left after this, so that's going to be a long final session if they do go off now for tea. Bowler comes in again. The over rate's -3. That is stopped. Return ball. Are they walking off? They are walking off for tea. So there you go. So at tea, Durham are 3-3-4 for 3. So Jones has now faced 332 balls for his 182. And Beddingham Has faced 31 for 19. And the partnership so far is worth 59. So 104 overs gone in the innings. And 41 remain in the day. We'll take a 20-minute break and then we'll be back with you a little bit later on for the final session, which has got to be, what's that going to be? That's it's going to be 2 hours, half an hour. It's going to be about 2 hours.
My love of Spitfires came as a small boy going to air shows with Dad. Working on Spitfires is a huge responsibility, and the same applies at work.
The care and expertise Derek takes over his beloved Spitfire is the same precision, passion and attention to detail he takes helping you choose your next perfect car. Because at Virtue Motors, it's all in the detail.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers, so that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
Welcome back to Chesley Street then for the resumption of play. Day 2. This evening session is 41 overs, so I think that's going to be 2 hours, maybe 45 minutes, 2 hours, 50 minutes, something like that. So I think we'll probably be here commentating until about 5 past 10 past 7. It's going to be a late finish, no doubting that. Durham, though, going along nicely here. They are 333 for 3. Ethan Bamber to start things up. I'm sure the scoreboard said 334 for 3 at T, and there seems to be a run gone.
Yeah, they've changed the partnership as well, because I remember the partnership being 59 off 61. It's just flashed up on the stream as 58 off 61.
Right, so a run's gone somewhere then.
That a very straight mid on there, short straight mid on.
Yeah, he's in front of the non-striking batsman. Bamber into ball to Beddingham. This is turned away towards square leg for 1 run. Bamber bowls from the Lumley end. That's gone down the leg side. Bounces out the gloves of the keeper.
There's not a lot. I think they're on plan C or plan D when bowling to Jones. He's on 181 not out. Not many of your plans have already worked at this point, so I think very much just try and dry him up outside off and try and get something going in towards his pads and see if he misses a straight one. You've seen it like a beach ball though over the first 2 days, so I highly doubt it.
Bamber in, turned by Jones down towards long leg for 1. How old is he now, Michael Jones? 24. Remember when he got his big first knock for Durham? He'd struggled. He'd had lots of very low scores, a few ducks. Scores in the 1s and the 2s, and then he got a score at Nottingham. What was it? 82 he got in 2020. So it's defended by Beddingham. Plays the ball out towards the covers. No run. And just there was a palpable sort of sense of relief. And I remember interviewing him afterwards, and he said he knew it was there. It was just getting it done and showing people what he could do with the bat. been involved in some integral partnerships in the last couple of seasons. He's at the non-strikers end at the moment. As Bamber comes in to bowl to Beddingham. Beddingham turns this past square leg for 1.
Guess it's when you're a top order batter, it's sort of one of the things you almost accept when you got is that you are going to get low scores from time to time, but when you get in, you go big and you make a big score, and he's definitely done that. 182 so far, only 18 away from a double ton. He's looked very comfortable out there.
I think it's Milan at... oh, where's that gone? That's been launched by Jones. He's played that over, out through deep mid-wicket towards Cow Corner for 4 to the Health Club boundary. So that moves him on to 186. Durham 340 for 3. So 10 away from what I imagine will be their final batting point. 4 batting points, and they've got 5 overs in which to get them. If they were to get the remaining 2 batting points, then we'd be seeing some explosive batting in the next few minutes.
It's going to be Holman to continue from just in front of us here in the press box.
Knots all out for 240 on day 1 at home to Sussex.
Ollie Robinson returning from a back injury, I think, picked up 4 wickets. Last time I checked, he had 4 wickets anyway. I know he started off pretty strong, got 2 quick ones and got Duckett, and I believe he got Joe Clark as well. Holman has sent both long on and long off back for Beddingham. It's coming around the wicket as well to him. Foolish delivery, and Beddingham just pushes this into the covers for no run.
Kev's battling those little milk sachets where you rip the corner off and get covered in milk.
Robinson finished with 4 for 44 as this one is drilled in down the leg side, and Beddingham just flicks it away to mid-wicket.
I got covered on that stuff years ago when the little one was about a year old, and we tried to land in Lanzarote, and there was a massive thunderstorm and we were diverted to Fuerteventura.
Story for everything.
Yeah. We sat on the
Full
runway
again and just defended it to mid-wicket.
Sat on the runway for 6 hours, ran out of milk for the little one, so everybody on the plane who had spare these handed them to us, and I was ripping hundreds of them open to try and get them in the bottle. Got covered in milk.
Again full, and Beddingham just flicks this away. Short, fine leg, does the fielding, single.
Once he's sorted out all his bits of milk and whatnot, I'll bring him back on, because I need to do an update in about 5 minutes or so for Radio Tees. So
Holman in, and Jones flicks this into mid-wicket for a single. 1 ball left of the over, 8 runs away from that 4th and likely final batting point. Here's Holman in. Beddingham just turns around no corner for a single. Durham 343 for 3 at the end of 106 overs.
Wayne Maddison's reached 1,000 runs for Durham, for Derbyshire this year. A select bunch, according to David Griffin, the statistician who've got there in less than 20 innings for them. He got there in 19. So Simon Cattish on the list, former Durham man, and Michael Di Venuto. Chris Adams, Kim Barnett did it twice. Shan Masood did it in 12 games. He's the top of the table. Bamber from the Lumley end, running into ball to Beddingham. Defends this one. No run there. Right, I'm going to hop off because I need to hop onto tees, so I will let Kev replace me, and Kev in hand and Rob Rush will take you through the next few overs.
It's Bamber bounding in from the Lumley end. He bowls now and just full of length. That ball's driven away into the offside with plenty of time by Beddingham. Oh, and a quick misfield. Stumbling stop from Stoneman. But they get one.
Still sticking with the coat, I see.
Stoneman's still sticking with his jumper, I see. Wise man. Even Peter Milan, South African's put a jumper on now. Nippy.
Still a distinct lack of floppies. I'm very disappointed.
That's too cold for floppies.
It's not stopping Tom Helmfield in one. Proper cricketer.
His Bamber bowls. Oh, that's beaten a bit of guard somewhere. Where's it struck? Somewhere around the hip. Couldn't quite tell from this angle whether it was top of the hip or bottom of the hip. But it's beaten the guard somewhere. Where's he going to rub? Top of the hip. Let's have a look on the replay. That strikes. Oh, yeah, just at the front of the left hip for the right-hander. So he was turned. He was opened up by it. It's just got above the hip guard. And goodness me. Not nice. For long. Here's Banbury's in, bowls and forward goes. Jones has no run, pushing back up the track. That was the old slant on one of our broadcasting rivals, wasn't it, as Marty said. Not wrong, for long. 3:44 for 3, Durham. I'd suggest that was Tom Helm in the field. Here comes Bamber bowls, and this ball's punched back to him. No run. Could be a slow session this for Middlesex. Only 3 wickets in 107 overs now. 38 remain of the day. They've got to stick to it. Where's that run rate? It's 3.2, so crept up either side of tee. That's full, driven back to Bamber, bumped back and no run. End of the over. Beddingham has 24, Jones 187, 344 for 3, 107 bowls. 3 overs remain with the bonus points in play. Plenty of time for Durham to get the 6 runs for a 4th batting point. Middlesex need a minor miracle to get a 2nd batting point with 6 wickets.
Holman to continue around the wicket to Beddingham here. It's on 24. Holman in. Beddingham flicks to mid-wicket and no run. He's just pushed long on right back onto the boundary. Loops this up, ends up becoming a full toss, and Beddingham just tickles that down to long on for a single. I think the plan will remain the same to Jones as well on 187.
I've seen the video from Warwickshire where they've hit the stumps and it's gone for 4.
Jones just drives that back to him. I've seen about that in a couple group chats. Apparently it's full on hit the bails but gone for 4 and it's lodged them. Hit
the stumps, but not dislodged the bails.
And gone for 4.
It's taken an outside edge off stump. Keeper's dived away to his right. It's gone between him and slip. So that's clipped away into the onside for a single by Jones, moves to 188 and goes away for 4. Cruel. Very cruel indeed.
It's a cruel mistress, is cricket.
It is.
Holman in again. Beddingham just pushes forward into cover. You mentioned it could be quite a slow session. It's also a very long one. We've got several overs to get through in order to try and make up for the rain delay.
The slow ones are generally the long ones.
Holman in again, drops it slightly shorter, and Beddingham pushes that out to the deep point boundary for a single. I think Martin mentioned it, probably looking at a 5 past, 10 past 7 finish here to make up some of the overs. We got 37 overs left. Durham.
Yeah, nearly 2.5 hours. Yes.
Durham 345 for 3. Oh, hang on. Scoreboard's going a bit dodgy. 347 for 3. We got there in the end. 2 overs left for Durham to pick up the 3 runs needed for what will be the 4th and final batting point. And as you mentioned last over, Kev, Middlesex need ideally a hat-trick to pick up their 2nd bowling point. It's been hard effort for them. They've not exactly bowled poorly, but Durham have batted extremely well.
Bamber bowls is turned to mid-wicket, no run. Yeah, it's been brilliant this from Jones from the off. Faultless innings really. From the right hand up. Can't really think of much he's done wrong. Very, very good.
Thing for me is if a batter picks up length, is able to cotton onto it really quickly.
Bamber bowls, this is ease, back at a point. No run.
Thing that I tend to look out for is if a batter is able to cotton onto length really quickly, whether that's slightly full of a length, a good length, short. And there was a shot yesterday where I think it was Helm bowling from the Lumley end. It wasn't a bouncer, but it wasn't exactly a good length, and Jones was very quick onto it and managed to pull it in front of square for 4. And that was the shot for me that sort of went, he's on it here, he's really got his eye in now.
This ball's worked away out to deep square for a single. Jones on to 189.
Nice coffee you got there?
Nice slurp. Sorry. There's a big old slurp on the mic, wasn't it? It was cold, so you need to slurp a hot drink on a cold day, don't you? It was quite warm out the back. Well, there was a little sun trap at the back of the building. We all went and sat at tea. Although that meant we missed out on media centre cricket in the interval there. I forgot all about it. Bamber bowls. Drops the single into the offside. Single taken. And that's the 350 up. 350 for 3 with 8 balls to spare with bonus points in play inside the 110th.
Knowing what happened yesterday, both during the lunch interval and the rain delay during media cricket, I think we both know who was likely to get out during that session. I won't name him, but everyone knows who we're talking about. I just see if there's any at close of play. I highly doubt it though. Come back tomorrow for lunch. Resume the fight.
This ball's dropped to backward point, no run again. 350 for 3. Yeah, it's a tough old game, this one, isn't it? A lot again will look at the decision to field first, but then Durham would have done the same.
Oh, exactly. We said it yesterday. On the face of it, you'd be crazy if you batted first on that. If you'd won the toss, you'd be crazy to go and have a bat on it. But Durham rode the early storm, as it was.
Bamber bowl, solid forward defence. I mean, it's very similar to the Sussex match. It really is. They batted to tea on day 2 without interruption. Now, bearing in mind, we've only had 109 overs this day, so we're only effectively 13 overs into the second day in terms of the scheduled time. So, I'm trying to think whether there any time lost in the Sussex game. Not sure there was. But effectively, Middlesex have got to come out and match Durham's score and then just hope there's a third innings wobble. It was pretty evident. I put it to Sam Robson. He was tentative in his response last night, but it's pretty evident that's where this game's heading. Will there be a third innings wobble? Unless Middlesex get themselves into an awful mess and Durham roll them twice. So they're the two ways. One for Durham. Well, okay, fine. Rack up 500. Roll Middlesex twice.
Holman continues round the wicket. A half-hearted LBW shout against Beddingham, but quickly turned away.
Yeah, just dropped outside leg.
Pitching outside leg. That is the... He's not got a lot on it, but it's so hard when it's a right-hander bowling to a right-hander and coming round the wicket. You're effectively taking LBW out the equation entirely. He's in again, and Beddingham chips that towards cow corner, splits the fielders out there. Will there be a loss? No, there won't. Fielder coming round from deep backward mid-wicket, trying to cut it off at cow corner. He's not able to do so. Beddingham moves himself now into the 30s. Durham 354 for 3. LBW doesn't matter when you can chip it towards cow corner. Got it over the fielder at wide mid-on, and the rest is history. Holman in again, and Beddingham just pushes back to him. I imagine Middlesex haven't bowled particularly poorly, but Durham have just made the best, absolute best of conditions. Holman, Beddingham turns this round the corner for a single. Two balls left in this over. Around the wicket is Holman. Drops into the offside for a single. Jones takes him to 190. 10 away from that fabled double ton. Leaves Beddingham with the final ball of the over. Holman in. Slightly short. Beddingham pulls him towards cow corner, but to the fielder at deep bad wicket it will reach. A single taken. He will retain the strike on 34. Durham 357 for 3.
Yeah, Holman around the wicket. I guess he's just trying to strangle it a little bit and ask Durham batters to hit against the spin into the onside, try and find a leading edge, top edge. That forcing shot over mid-wicket. It was a good one, but didn't come without risk. Holman going at 4.3 and over. He's going to need to get that down. 82 runs conceded off 19. Wrist spinners do generally concede at a slightly higher rate than finger spinners. They do, but he will need to get that down for his side. As his Bamber at 2.8 his economy, bowls just short of a length, ridden to the first of 2 mid-wickets by Beddingham on 34. Bamber none for 67 from 24 with 7 maidens. I think he bowled 3 of those on the bounce with the second new ball, or 3 out of 4 with the second new ball of the 7. That was the end of the 110th over, so 4 batting points for Durham put in, 1 bowling point for Middlesex, which reads slightly awkwardly as Bamber moves in and bowls, and this is worked backward square on the leg side for a single. 358 for 3, but both were quite clear at the toss they'd have bowled first.
On the face of it, it was an easy decision. Overheads were cloudy, pitch had a green tinge to it, but in Durham's case it's turned out to be a good toss to lose, and a lot of that down to Michael Jones. Strike rates have just ticked up a little bit. Beddingham striking at 66 and Jones as always above 50.
Bamber, oh, cuts him in 2. Goodness me, let's see that one go. That must have gone off the surface. Not a massive amount. It did climb a little, which went over the top of the middle leg.
Wasn't far away from clipping the very top of the stumps there.
Yeah, it's cut back to go over the top of middle and leg with bounce, which saves him. But it didn't seem so much. It was just the additional bounce as well that did for Jones there, or didn't do for him with the additional bounce. It went over the stumps. Yeah, over middle it's gone. This ball's pushed back up the track by Jones on 190 now. Magnificent innings from him, it really has been. I can't say it enough. Very, very impressive. Really has kept this Middlesex bowling attack, which is, pretty decent one. Kept them at bay. The England Lions squad recently, Bamber, or Performance Squad, whatever it was called, that one. As forward goes Jones, defending into the offside. Helm seen as a England Test candidate and white ball. Roland Jones, Test bowler. Yadav, Test bowler. Alright, two of them just past the peak of their powers in Yadav and Roland Jones. Two just coming towards the peak of their power, but that's the domestic game. You're always, if you're at the peak of your power, you're probably not in this side because you're playing for England. So there's still a feared attack as Bamber bowls. Forward goes Jones. He pushes back into the onside and no run. That little excitable period of the second new ball. It was 31 overs ago now, and I'd say Durham have quite got on top of Middlesex just yet, but they have got the run rate up from 2.8 to 3.2, and that with the run out. And the mistimed drive of Borthwick. Michael Jones, though, will turn 25 in January, Lancashire lads. Really batting beautifully here. Gone well past his height best. First class best of 108.
Holman continuing with the plan, going around the wicket, and as you mentioned, Kev, trying to catch a leaning edge from the batters. It's Bellingham on strike. Bellingham just easily drives that on the offside down to long off for a single.
Middlesex probably feel they can't catch a break at the moment. Put Sussex in last week, 523 runs later they came out to bat. Durham 359 for 3, but it is a reflection of the surfaces. Middlesex obviously racked up 485 in reply.
Full from Holman, and Jones just digs it out towards extra cover.
A little like Sussex here, Durham probably do need to get on with it a bit. Not just yet, the ball's only 31 overs old, but in 10 overs time, 23 overs remaining in the day, you'd probably say they want to up that scoring rate a fair bit.
What, and maybe give themselves a shot at declaring and putting Middlesex in?
Possibly, but not necessarily tonight.
Drop slightly shorter from Holman, and Jones just works this round the legs for a single.
But if they don't up the scoring rate in this session, then they're going to face 2 days in the field without a break. Whereas if they up the scoring rate in this session, then there's the chance that they can at least go out and have a thrash with the bat for a session themselves to break up a follow-on and not not be having to go innings to innings and be in the dirt for 2 days bowling Middlesex out.
Holman to Bellingham, and again just work towards backward mid-wicket. Sorry, deep mid-wicket for a single.
And that's a small game within a game. And why that scoring rate is one that you have to look at. 3.2. They'd very much like to get that back down and under control. Middlesex, a lot of that will have to come from Holman. He's going to have to get through a lot of work this evening. 20th over, gone for 85 runs.
In again. Fuller. And tucked up Jones around the legs, not allowing him to get a shot away.
I mean, this is far from all on Holman here, but again, a finger spinner would want to be going at 2 and over, I think, no more. I just tie him down, say nope, not going anywhere with that. 2 and over, tie down the batters.
In again, drop short, and Bellingham on the back foot, slight scrambled stop there.
That doesn't help. Who is it? Eskenazi with the misfield, I think. He just ruefully picks the ball up now, and he's
bounced up into it.
It wasn't Eskenazi, my apologies. Eskenazi's a short, fine leg. It's the skipper, Roland Jones.
It sort of bounced up into him, hit him in the face, I think, and then bounced out, and batters took the opportunity for a single. Partnership 87 off 109, very healthy strike rate between the two. They've rotated the strike very well between them. Put away the balls they've been able to dispatch to the fence. As you say, 33 overs left in the day. Durham can, as you mentioned, if Durham can get a little bit of a move on, as you mentioned, they also give themselves a very slight chance if they want to put Middlesex in this evening.
Bamber's in, he bowls, forward goes Jones.
I get it's a very much an outside chance.
What, putting them in tonight?
Yeah, but I'm just thinking because you effectively lost half a day one.
Yeah, I think, look,
if you want to try and force a result, then that's what you're going to have to do. But maybe
there's 32 overs left today. Let's say they go at 4 and over for 25 of those overs.
That's an extra 100 on top.
Bamber's in, bowls, thick inside edge on an attempted drive from Jones, goes out to deep square, took high up the inside of the bat again. That one similar to the ball before that went through him. So let's say they're going at 5 and over for the next 20. Next 25, 5 and over for the next 25. Puts them up to 125, which puts them around 500 with 7 overs to bowl tonight.
Oh, I think if you're Scott Borthwick there, I think you definitely much take that and look.
I think that's what they've got to look towards. They've got to try and up the scoring rate from 3.2 at the moment to 5 for the next 20 to 25 overs. Bamber comes in, bowls, that's driven to mid-off, and there's no run. With that will come chances for Middlesex, you'd have thought.
Indeed,
But,
it's not as if Durham have got a bad bowling attack to come in either. You know, you got Chris Rushworth.
Well, they'd love a couple of overs tonight, wouldn't they? If they could get
Matty Potts, England's latest Test sensation.
Yeah, I mean 5 or 6 overs tonight.
Just a short, sharp burst and then come straight back at them tomorrow morning.
Imagine taking Stoneman tonight. They'd be over the moon, wouldn't they?
And of course, then if you do get 1 wicket, you then toy in Middlesex's minds over, or do we send in the night watchman? Do we
but
not?
Look, a wicket or two now slows them down, and you forget all that talk. So, this is Bamber. He's up on his toes, bedding him, punching through the covers, and that's a lovely shot. They'll take 3. It's not quite going to go all the way. A lush outfield, despite the empty butts, as Martin's been calling them up here around Durham. Hey, Marty's words, not mine. Stop looking at me, everyone. He was complaining of his own empty butt the other evening. He was. Nothing to do with me. Not paraphrasing. Can't misquote him.
I think this is what we really love about the game of cricket. We can sit here and talk about Durham trying to get towards 500 and set up a declaration, but then ultimately he comes back to, well, if Middlesex take 2 wickets, then declaration goes out the window.
Well, the game's got to move on is the point, as this ball's clipped to a straight mid-wicket by Jones. There's no run, and that happens one of 2 ways. Middlesex start taking wickets,
or
Durham push on. And in Durham pushing on, that might result in Middlesex taking wickets. But you've got to not gamble a defeat. Durham aren't gambling defeat here by pushing on, but they do need to push on. That scoring rate of Jones...
You're at least opening up the game if Durham push on now, because at this rate, you'd back Durham to bat the 4 days the way they're going.
Yeah.
So... you at least want to give something.
Bamber bowls and standing up tools. This one, Jones drives him off in the zone. Well,
you want to at least give yourself something, a chance at a win, rather than just absolutely confirming the draw. You want to give yourself that slight chance at a win, even if it's not a huge window.
We must remember that we are only 96 overs for day 1. That's now the end of the 113th. So we are only 17 overs into day 2 in terms of time in the match. However, Durham do have to look at time remaining. You know, if they want to win the game, which I'm sure they do. Likewise, Middlesex want to win the game as well. So Middlesex will go out there and first of all not want to fall into a heap. So they won't go quickly from the off. But a couple of overs at them tonight. Middlesex will need to bat well tomorrow and try and put on that 3rd innings wobble on Durham. But to do so, they have to take their own risks by scoring at a greater rate.
Holman again round the wicket, and Bellingham just pushes back to him.
Can't see any reason why Durham don't target 5 overs at Middlesex tonight, to be honest. 5 or 6 overs, just give themselves a chance to get in amongst Middlesex this evening.
Flashed away by Bellingham over the covers. It'll just be a single as there's a sweep around at long off. Very aesthetically pleasing shot, that in and out movement, but with the sweeper on the long off boundary. He's quite wide at long off as well, trying to protect that. Jones on strike on 193. Holman in. Jones just drives down to long off for a single. There is a man out at deep mid wicket But depending on where he places himself for each delivery, you could almost put him at cow corner. So trying to kill two birds with one stone there. Holman in, and Bellingham just flicks him to that man that I just mentioned for a single. That's the thing with Holman coming around the wicket. It does make a slog sweep or any type of traditional sweep shot slightly easier, I'd say, to play, but you run the risk of maybe a bottom edge onto pads, and Simpson's right there, and we all know how good of a wicketkeeper he is. As Holman in again. Another drive down to long off. Jones moves 5 away from his double ton. Final ball of the over here, just 4 singles from it. Holman in, make that 5 singles as Bellingham turns him to mid-wicket. Durham 371 for 3 at the end of 114 overs.
Cheers, Rob. Marcy's back, 371 for 3. We're going to take you back around the world of the history of French cinema and my patented design for ventilated summer socks.
I'm going to take you around the world of how old people are. How old's Michael Jones?
24 in January, I think we just looked up.
24 and 202 days.
Oh, 25 in January.
Yeah. Right.
Where's he been? Late bloomer.
Ormskirk.
I mean, this is a good 195, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's been pretty faultless from the off. Struck on the head by a Yadav bouncer,
and then he
plonked him for 6
sixes, didn't he? 2 sixes in a row. Bellingham's on strike here though, as the bowler comes in from the Lumley end, and that's played. Oh, it's missed by, who's that? Helm, is it?
Yep.
Yeah.
He's taken pace.
Bobbled awkwardly off just in front of Helm, and then he nearly missed it as he slid in from mid-off. Let's turn the headphones back up again. So then, Jones is on 195. What a day he's been having, what a couple of days he's been having. What was he on last night?
Fire.
What was the close of play last night? He was on,
and again today.
78 last night. In comes Roland Jones, driven by Jones. That's a dot ball as it's cut off in the cover area there by Mark Stoneman. Beautiful day now, nice and sunny. Gentle breeze from, it looks, the east, at ground level anyway, and at pavilion roof level. Keeping the coat on, are you?
I am.
Yeah.
Can't take my shoes off now though, you'll all be at me, won't I?
Yeah.
It is, it's cold in here. I don't need ankle socks now, I need proper socks.
I think you need ski socks the way you've been wittering on today. As this one is played out to Stoneman once more. So there's been 18 occasions so far when Durham players have managed to get to 200 in first class cricket. I think there's been 5 where they've gone on to get 250 plus. David Bellingham did it last year. Just thinking what the highest scores have been this year. It was the match at Sussex that I never went to. The highest score was Rashin Ravindra here though, with 217 against Worcestershire. Oh, defended, and then the thoughts of a quick single and then a shout of no as the ball went on the offside. Not sure how long ago Michael Jones's photograph for Cricinfo was taken. He's in a Scotland top. He doesn't look very old there. He looks about 14 or 15, and he went through a period of quite long sort of hair for a while. I think it's a little bit shorter these days. Roland Jones, Lumley end, right arm over. Defended by Michael Jones on off stump. Ball rolls back towards the bowler's end.
What do you reckon, Marcy? 5 overs at him tonight? Back for another 20. They're going to have to set up the scoring rate, though.
Yeah, what was it now? 30 overs to go? I would have 10.
10 of them tonight.
Yeah.
So that'd be 18
12
overs.
overs to go.
That's 18 overs to bat.
Yeah. That's pulled by Jones. Didn't quite connect with that cleanly. It's gone off towards the square leg boundary for 1, just in front of the pavilion.
Go at 6 and over. That gets them to 500. I think that's fine. I mean, usually you kind of take, or you have a thought about, well, you're better scoring the runs now than coming out for a thrash to move things on in the second innings and just break up a follow-on. Or, but I'd say
the new ball, 35 overs old, so it'll be offering little towards the bowlers again shortly.
Yeah, I mean, these batch of balls were told 20 overs and they're done. So this is the point. And Holman now as well. He's going at 4.3 and over. If they were to knock Holman out of the attack, then Middlesex have a problem with bowlers who are into 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th spells at the moment, aren't they? Roland Jones, I mean, let's say he's been going at 4 a time per spell, 4 to 5, so he's had 4 spells. And bowled 23. Holman's going to remain around the wickets to Jones, who's on 196. All yours, Marty.
4 away from his first double 100. This is already way in far his highest score. Holman comes in and bowls, and a drive out towards the corner of the square in the offside, no run there. Sun's just gone in just when I need it to be bright for a photograph. Typical. Holman again. Right arm round from the Finkel end, and the ball squirts out along the floor through the covers for 1. So it takes him on to 197, the nervous 197s.
Still in the 90s. So we got stuck this morning, wasn't it?
Yeah.
With music and movies and hairstyles.
Holman to Beddingham. Turned away through mid-wicket along the ground for 1 run. So that then, 100-run partnership, the 3rd of the game.
Another century stand from here, be it a double century for this wicket or the wickets are following. They should have enough.
Balls in an hour and a half. In comes the bowler Holman. Jones with a little flick of the wrists out through the leg side for 1. Picked up by Stoneman. It's the summer for batting, isn't it? The driest start to a year we have had in the UK since 1976. That's just been announced this afternoon. Holman round the wicket to Beddingham, and it's playing a miss. It's gone into the keeper's gloves. Ant says get Jonesy to 200, then declare and have a bit of a whack at them tonight. Here comes bowler. It's tickled off down the leg side and away to long leg for 1. So Beddingham will keep strike. End of the over. So 29 to go. 377 for 3. I've got to do the 5 o'clock news is on, so I'll have to do an update in there in a minute. Beddingham is facing Roland Jones. Beddingham's on 46. This is dropped short on the leg side. He's going to go for a quick single. That will bring Jones onto strike. Sam Fender, the singer from North Shields, it's been said in our news, has been nominated for a Mercury Music Prize. Joins a list of recent nominees from the area, including Nadine Shaw from Whitburn and Field Music from Fulwell and Sunderland. Jones on strike on 198 from 370 balls. Roland Jones comes in. This is defended. Ball trickles away back towards the stumps at the bowler's end. 2 sixes and 28 fours. Can Jones do this right during my 5 o'clock update into the news? That would be good timing. Here we go. Michael Jones is currently facing Toby Roland Jones. He's on 198 and looking to reach his first 200 in first class cricket. In doing so, he'd become, it would be the 19th time that a Durham player's got there. He's 24 years old, so he wouldn't be the youngest, but he's so far faced 372 deliveries, and his partnership at the moment with David Beddingham has just gone past the 100 mark. Beddingham is currently on 47, and Durham are 378 for 3. A little bit earlier on, Nick Maddinson was run out for 17, and Scott Borthwick was caught and bowled by Umesh Yadav, went on 55, having put on 107 for the second wicket with Jones. Roland Jones coming in again here, and there's a drive, and there's the 200 for Michael Jones. Well done him, and that has come in 373 balls. He's hit 28 fours and 2 sixes, and it's the second player this year for Durham to reach 200 in first class cricket. They are, can't get vexed with that.
Well, that was an outstanding knock, wasn't it? Well, it still is. He's still there. Now he's got to his 200. You wonder how much he'll push on.
Bowler comes in, tries a Yorker length ball on Jones. He digs it out.
Rob Bowles, Roland Jones, Middlesex still trying their very best.
Handily, they'll be able to take that audio off the news bulletin now for the start of Total Sport later on.
We love a good clip, don't we? you had a few in a news bulletin, didn't you? Have Rushworth's 900th or something in the news bulletin?
Possibly. Oh, another attempted Yorker. That dipped late, didn't it, that one?
You handled it really well, actually, that
That's
one, I
the end
remember.
of the over. 200 on the board for Jones, 47 for Beddingham, Durham 380 for 3.
I mean, I pressed play and ran behind the sofa, but actually you did quite well. He won't be baited when he's tweeting, look. What size have you got those fonts on your...
Big.
My name is Marty. Do you wear glasses?
Only for reading off certain computers at work, because the font of some of the computer programs, the open media particularly,
they're tiny, aren't they? Absolutely
quite
tiny.
Quite a few people now wearing glasses who weren't a year or two ago.
There's Holman to Beddingham's clipped out to deep square for a single. He moves to 48, 381 for 3. I'm right on the limit now of needing to wear glasses for reading. But yeah, that font at work, wow. I gotta crank it up because you can of course adjust it, but then that adjusts it for everybody else, and everybody else gets a big shock when they go in, and all of a sudden there's a massive font size. As here's font size isn't the right word, is it? But you know what I mean. Here's a drive to extra cover and there's no run.
Some news from Liverpool. Whitburn under-13s have beaten Neston Cricket Club in the northern final of the Vitality Blast competition. So
Little tickle from Jones to the 45, no run.
Well done them. So they'll be in the national final now somewhere then.
This ball's dabbed into the onside. Fielded at mid-wicket and there's no run. Holman Drags that one down. It goes up in the air. This could be the end. Underneath it is Yadav, but it's over him. Wow. Keeps going all the way for 6. Didn't get to the pitch of it. Went big. Timed it beautifully because that has gone a long, long way into the air. I didn't think that he had it. 6 for Jones. Takes him to 206. Durham are 387 for 3. And this is where, I think, as I say, if they can get after Holman, the wrist spinner, then they can up this scoring rate. They might knock him out of the attack, put pressure on the seamers. Sweeps hard at that one, pitching outside leg.
Age-wise, so he's got to a double 100 for Durham, 24 years and 202 days. The youngest is Cameron Steele, 21 and 328 days, beating Gordon Mutchell's record, which had been 23 years and 168 days. And then Rachin Ravindra, he made 217, aged 22 and 207 this year. So Mutchell did it at Kent in 2006, Steele did it at Leicestershire in 2017, I think it was. New over, inside edge there from Bellingham. I don't think he knew much about that. He was looking around all over the place. It's gone down towards fine leg for 1 off the bowling of Roland Jones.
What's going to give first here? Wickets or runs? Durham surely are desperate now to up this scoring rate.
Roland Jones bowls. That's not out. That's gone down there. Oh, he is out. That's unbelievable. I was not expecting that to be given out at all there. It looked too high and as if it was going down the leg side. And that is the end of Michael Jones. LBW to Roland Jones for 206.
That's a DRS. Because I reckon that probably is just clipping the top of leg stump, but it's one of those that in days gone by I think, nah, he's not getting that. You have a look at it on the replay, and it's probably just hitting the top of leg. Let's have another look. Yeah, maybe top of middle and leg. Question was whether it was going over or not. He'd actually come across a long way. Brilliant innings from Jones, 206. Relief for Middlesex as they finally removed him. 381 balls later. He heads back to the pavilion, LBW, and yeah, he skipped across, probably just trying to find a little run that wasn't there. Did the ball get up? Did it stay a fraction low? Let's see where it pitched. No, I think the height of it was all okay, just angled in from Roland Jones. And hitting in line, going on to hit middle and leg. It was just a question of whether it would have gone over middle and leg, I'd say. But yeah, back and across, looking to access the onside. He's got himself trapped in front. Turned around as well. It was there, from the angle we're looking at, Marty, you were quite right to say, doesn't look right. But when you actually get the angle straight on...
Yeah, we're down at third man. So...
Stop it on point of impact. There we go. Have a look at that. So that... The biggest doubt there is whether it's going over. That's just about to crash just above the knee roll. And he stood in front of all three. It's probably hitting around middle. Going on to hit middle and leg. And the question is, hitting top of knee roll there, would it have gone over? There's the next frame that we can freeze on. You can just see it kind of rolls up that top of the pad there. So that's what he had to think about. Line's definitely not a problem because you can see leg stump behind him. So leg stumps behind him, that's line's not a problem. So it's actually a really good call from the umpire in terms of the line. That would have been an easy one just to say, nah, not out. But he's gone with the DRS, so that would have been clipping.
The new batsman is Jonathan Bushnell.
But from here, I was with you. Yeah, I don't think so.
It just didn't look right from this angle.
It
we are down at third man.
The problem from where we are, the biggest doubt you'd have is height. Couldn't really tell the line. As you look at the line's absolutely perfect. So if you have a look where that struck him now, he's right in front of middle, and he's right in front of middle. You can see leg stump quite clearly behind him, and you can see a little bit of off stump outside of him. It couldn't actually be better for the line, but the height Height would have been that one thing to ponder for the umpire.
Ball's gone off to mid-wicket this time. How are you shuttling along the thing?
Well, on the laptop, you can just keep pressing pause. You can tap pause, can't you, to tap the space bar, and it allows you to...
Back 15 seconds there. Right, there we go. I just want to see it in real time again. I think it's from the camera angle at the far end, it initially looks like it's hitting him around about the thigh pad, so you've paused it though, haven't you? So
yeah, it's definitely hitting top of knee roll.
Next ball is defended by Beddingham.
Top of knee roll has a chance of hitting. Umpire's decided.
I think that's hit his thigh pad. I think it's missed the knee roll. He's pivoting on it and it's hit his thigh pad. But either way, he's out, and he was on 206 when it happened. Were you upstairs when that was given out? And is the general consensus no way? Yeah. No. There you are. I didn't think it looked right at the time.
Why not? Fine.
Beddingham's 50 comes up in 71 balls. Another 50 for him. And 3 fours.
See how far back he was. He was trapped at his crease as well, wasn't he? Which has given the umpire a bit of decision. It's definitely hitting knee roll.
I think
it rolls up
his knee roll and hits his thigh pad as he's pivoting on it, and it looks like it's going down the leg side. So that was my assessment at the time. That's what I think, having watched it again.
Yeah, I could say between those two frames, it's either just rolled up the knee roll onto the thigh pad, or as you say, it's just thumped into thigh pad. And thigh pad suggests it's going over. The one thing is he's right back on his stumps there. He's Holman. This ball's down to deep backward point for 4. Beddingham moves to 54. And, well, Middlesex have got 1. They've still got a lot to do at the other end to make the breakthrough here. And reverse sweep comes out from Beddingham. So that gives you an idea that they're going to up the scoring rate. Here's another one, and it's straight to the backward point, no run. The other one that gives you a really good freeze frame on these is the matchday centre, which... Ooh. Where's the matchday centre? There it is. I've used the matchday centre to rock and roll. He's not listening. He's tweeting that it was too high.
I'm doing an update for the BBC website.
He's pushed back up the track and there's no run. I'm teasing you, Marty. I'm teasing you.
You know what? You only ever try to tease me when you know I'm concentrating on something else and won't respond.
He's saying I'm a coward.
It's a cynical ploy.
Why, thank you. Here's Holman. Oh, reverse sweep. Now, what's that come off? It looks almost like it bounced up to the grill. Back at a point, they pick up a... What did he signal there, the umpire? His signal is moves to 55. There's a full ball. Push back up the track and there's no run. Yeah, I'm saying that's hitting knee roll and going up onto the thigh pad. Point of impact's there. Here comes Holman. Bowls down the track comes Bushnell and drives wide of mid off 4 more. Scoring rate's going up here at Chesterley Street. 399 for 4 Durham. And it should be foot on the gas stuff now, as that's the end of the 120th over of the innings. Run rate's up to 3.3. They'll be looking to steadily push that to 4 by the time this innings is done. What was Marcy saying? He was going for 12 overs at Middlesex tonight, which 2 for the change of innings leaves 11 overs from now. Ooh, I'd say they'd want to be 500 on the board, wouldn't they? So 100 runs. How quickly can they score 100 runs from here, I reckon, is the equation. Rob's back. What do you reckon, Rob? I'm rocking and rolling here. This is so in the match centre. If at home you want to really get these on a laptop or a PC, you probably do it on a tablet device as well. But you can really rock and roll these. It's great fun. I'm only doing it because we can nowadays. But it's great. You can see one, it's hidden in bang in line with middle. So line, well done umpire, he's got that right. The big question is the impact, watching that trajectory of the ball. Is that going on to hit the top of middle?
Well, the second impact is definitely hit him on the knee roll, I'll give you that. I'm still not convinced that...
You reckon it'd have bounced over?
I'm saying that's going over.
I'm reckoning DRS. It was a DRS dismissal. The umpire's decided, I reckon that's hitting. And he's given it, and if they'd have gone upstairs, it'd have stuck with umpire's call. Here's Roland Jones, he's in, bowls. Oh, huge sweep. Upright sweep, heave into the onside from Beddingham. It was low on the bat, though.
You could tell he wanted
400
to.
up.
You could tell he wanted to launch that into row Z. Definitely.
Well, they got 6 wickets standing, 400 on the board. They want 100 quickly here and have a go at Middlesex with whatever overs are left tonight. That would be my reading of it here. You can just see the top of off stump before the stumps disappear behind him, and I reckon that's definitely hidden. I reckon that's a really good call by the umpire. I reckon it's a very brave decision by the umpire for a guy who's on 200. So Roland Jones is in, bowls, that's clipped out to deep square. 401 for 4. Yeah, I think that's a very brave decision. In that I think he's probably got it right, and that's just clipping the top of middle, but only clipping. I mean, this again in this day and age, it's like benefit of the doubt. Benefit of the doubt goes to the batter more often than not. So he's taken a long time to ponder that.
You're losing the coat, Kev.
I am. It's because I've sat away from the window. You're sat in the cold seat now, and no, you may not borrow my coat when you get cold in a minute.
I've been fine with the weather this entire day, so I won't be needing to borrow your coat.
You've got your sweater, so you're fine. Here's Roland Jones. He bowls, and Beddingham pushes this away into the offside. And there's no risk. If you sat in front of that big window there, which was the seat I was in, Marty's the other side of the big window.
So you might want to look up to the top of the stand over there. You got a couple of guys shirtless watching the cricket,
No.
and you literally 30 seconds ago were watching it in a coat.
Here, look. Well, yeah, they are sat in some lovely sun up there. If you look down below us, though, we did a coat count, didn't we? And there was one out of about 25 in front of us that didn't have a coat.
We did a coat count?
Well, I was...
I think yours was a coat, sweater and gilet count.
Yeah, there's a gilet going on as well. There was one chap in a polo top, everybody else had a coat on. And they're sat outside in the sun. Oh, Lumley Castle looks lovely at the moment. Sun's belting down on it. Roland Jones is belting down on the crease. He bowls, and that's tickled away out to deep mid-wicket. Beddingham moves to 57, 402 for 4.
This is sort of what we've been waiting for the majority of the day. When is it going to move towards a potential declaration, or when are Durham going to start move towards more attacking shots and trying to put more runs on the board? We've definitely reached that stage, and Middlesex will be happy, probably over the moon, to have got rid of Michael Jones after he's thwarted them for the innings so far, but still more work to be done.
Yorker dug out by Bushnell, remains on 6. One to come the over from Roland Jones.
This is your standard sort of white ball field now that you're seeing from Middlesex. You got third man and fine leg. Everyone else is basically stopping one. You got one at deep backward mid wicket as well.
Last ball of the over. Roland Jones bowls right up there, dug out to mid off. Bushnell moves to 7, keeps the strike. 403 for 4.
See, I don't think they'll be looking for 500 here. I think they'll be looking for something slightly less. Maybe even, I was up in the press box before I came out here, there was potentially talks of Durham not declaring at all, but I do think that there's been a change in attitude out in the middle. I think with Holman continuing to... Is he going to continue to go round the wicket like he has done the entire session? Or is he going to come over? Looks like he's changed. He's going to come over. He's coming over the wicket now.
He's coming around. He was coming around to 2 set batters now with Bushnell in.
Maybe looking to pit 1 brings 2 and all that. Trying to just make sure that Durham don't get too far away into the 400s. He comes in. Bushnell tries to reverse sweep and completely misses it. Simpson takes the bails off, but Bushnell very clearly had his back foot in the crease. No chance of being given out there. Just under 24 overs left in the day. Come up to 5:30 here at Chester Street. Sun's out. Playing square and the offside is beautifully lit up. Holman in again. Bushnell comes down the track to meet it and taps one into the offside to cover. Brings a single. Beddingham is going to be facing Holman from around the wicket. As you say, Holman continuing to go around the wicket to the set batter. He does love the reverse sweep. I wonder if he pulls another one out here. Comes in. He does indeed. Doesn't manage to get it behind square. Out to the fielder on the point boundary for a single. Tell what he was trying to do though. He was trying to reverse sweep it as he has done down to the vacant third man region, but not able to get all of it. Maybe slightly too early through the shot. 405 for 4 now. As Holman is in. Bushnell comes down the track to meet him. Slightly in there. Quick single. Bushnell just making his ground at the non-striker's end. He came down to meet him, played a sort of check drive, but it was straight to cover. And I think if they'd have delayed on the call there, there would have definitely been a run out. But good running between the two, good understanding. A single there to be taken. Brings Beddingham back on strike. Holman around the wicket. Beddingham backs away and tries to give himself room, and does manages to squirt a single out into the cover region. Just 4 singles from Holman this over. Final ball coming over the wicket to Bushnell. Runs in. Bushnell looks to slog sweep him. No, it's not slog sweep. Sweep out to the guy on the point boundary. Just a single.
Slap. He was looking to slap it.
That's the word I was looking for.
It was opened up as though it could have been a slog sweep, dragging it to the onside, but he ended up just opening that face more and slapping him into the offside. You could quite easily have seen him keeping that bat face coming down quicker and dragging to the on, but maybe just sent a little wider.
Durham 408 for 4, 23 overs left in the day. Run rate has crept up to 3.3. The skipper to keep himself going from the other end. Misfield out in cover, but no run. Attempted heave over the leg side there from Bushnell, but I think a thick inside edge onto pad only brings a single. So deep cover in play for Beddingham. Deep extra cover. I think they've got a cover in and a backward point. Third man. Fine leg. Mid off is deep. Beddingham looks to heave but can't make contact. Wasn't too far away from taking out his off stump on the replay. Trying to send Roland Jones over the scoreboard, but ended up wafting at thin air. Roland Jones turns around and starts his run in again. In and bowls, and Bellingham comes down the track to meet him, pushes down to mid-off, looking for two. Just a single though. Good fielding from Bamber, I think it is, at deep mid-on to keep it to a single. Been a good over this from Roland Jones, only 2 singles so far.
Yep, fine work from Middlesex, keeping this run rate at 3.3. They've never let the run rate get away from them, and that's something they'll be proud of in this performance.
As Bushnell pushes to backward point, but no run.
Especially with the short boundary.
Indeed, they've now got a deep square leg and a deep mid-wicket out there as well, so they have got heavy protection over that short boundary. You may be surprised at a lack of chin music that's
not
come from Middlesex, or
on that side. I think possibly getting Yadav on at this end. And
not from this side, but maybe just in general. Maybe could have done it a little bit more. As Roland Jones comes in again, and Bushnell pushes him up to mid-on for a single to keep the strike. Durham 4-11 for 4.
It's a pretty slow track, and these balls are pretty painful as well, aren't they? So the combination of the pair, I think you could have a look at perhaps again, possibly next change, take Yadav on down here, say right, go on, bump him from this end, see what can be found. He's still out there at the moment, isn't he, Yadav, or is he the sub? Is he the fielder off?
I believe he's just fielding in front of us.
He is the man down there, right? Yep.
Down at long on, and you've got a wide-ish long off for Holman. Deep backward wicket, deep square leg, short fine leg, backward point, cover, and deep point. As Bushnell comes down and tries to slap Holman back over his head for a boundary, doesn't quite get all of it. Peter Milan does the fielding at a wide-ish long off for a single. 4-12 for 4. Some breaking news: the women's T20 World Cup in 2026 is going to be held in England. As Holman in and just dropped short. Bellingham had taken a step away and tried to open up the offside and almost chipped it straight to the man at cover, but fortunately for him, he just manages to drop it short for no run. Holman continuing round the wicket, comes in. Bellingham again takes a step leg side and manages to squirt this one to the fielder at deep point. Rotates the strike. Holman round. Bushnell tries to sweep him, comes off the pad and trickles down the leg side, giving us leg byes. Holman now continuing round the wicket to both batters. He comes in again to Bellingham. He just sends it back to him in the forward defensive. Took a huge step leg side, was showing all 3 stumps, maybe trying to see if there's cow corner available for him. Brings out a reverse sweep to end the over and is able to get down for a single. End of the over, 4:15 for 4.
So 21 overs to go today. Marty was fancying 12 of them tonight. which is 9 overs from now, lose 2 for the change of innings, so you've got 7 overs to try and thrash your way to another 85 runs. Unlikely, unless maybe they want 450 and pull out, but I'd really think. What's your importance? Yes, I agree with. Yeah, I agree. Yes, that was the point I was going to come to. So whether they say 500 on the board, which sets a follow-on at 350, because the other part is they're going to get a ball change here. The other part is, do they want to score these runs again in the second innings? Do you want to get to 450 now, pull out, have 12 overs at them tonight, and think, fine, all right, we don't want to enforce the follow-on. We want to have another thrash, give the bowlers a break for a session or so, then get them in again. And that's the case of try and give yourself 12 overs tonight, a couple of sessions tomorrow, bat tomorrow evening, try and bowl them out on the final day. That is very much, and in which case, as Marty says there, you don't have to worry about 500. Just get to 450 now and have a thrash. But yeah, just thinking now, you've got 6 wickets in hand. You've got a guy on 62. You've got a guy on 13. Find a way to score runs right now against a tired attack 2 days in. All right, they had their feet up a lot of yesterday, but they still went out and trained yesterday morning at 9:30 and prepared for yesterday. They still went out at 9:30 today and prepared for today. So all right, they had their feet up yesterday afternoon, but the time takes it out of you a little bit. It's the whole match sequence, isn't it? Which also comes with the day before. They came up 2 days before the game, trained for a couple of days. Here's Roland Jones. He's in, bowls, and bowls him! Bedingham swings across the line. He's gone for 62, 415 for 4. And again, I go back to that scoring rate, 3.4. Middlesex just doing all they can is try and keep a little bit of control on this innings. A 5th wicket falls at last. It's Bedingham bowled Roland Jones. That was a spectacular dismissal for the Middlesex seamer.
Bedingham just trying to absolutely send Roland Jones out the ground. Changed the ball just before that over, and it's worked immediately for Middlesex. Bedingham receives a nice round of applause as he walks off for 62, and I believe it's Ben Rain who has come out to join Bushnell in the middle. Just completely played down the wrong line, looking to heave him over the health club, and ended up with having his stumps rearranged. And maybe I do agree with what Marty was saying. I don't think Durham have a particular score in mind that they're thinking, oh, we'll reach and then declare. I think it's very much what are they comfortable with, because you'd imagine Rushworth will definitely take the new ball. I mean, you've not got a bad choice between Matt Potts or Ben Rain to probably then follow on from the other end, and whoever doesn't follow on will probably be the first change bowler of the evening. So I think if you're Durham, you're just looking at making sure you get a decent amount of overs in if you are going to declare at all. Definitely seems that way as Rain now faces up.
Roland Jones bowls a bouncer. Oh, there might be a no ball that one. It was pretty short. No ball's not.
It was way above head height. Rain had no chance of getting to it. That's what the edge of the box thinks. A wide and a no ball. You can tell where his allegiances lie.
There's still 20 overs to go tonight. Just to finish when you see 2 wickets in the space of 2
Here comes
Michael Jones got to 200.
Roland Jones to Rain once more. And Rain is beaten by a ball that squirts through to Simpson.
Again, it's that variable bounce that we've seen at some points during the day. Others have followed through quite nicely to Simpson, and some have died on the way through. That one, the latter, just one bounce through to him.
Roland Jones past the umpire, he bowls, and this ball's clipped away out to deep backward square. I'm going to do an out or not out poll on the fall of Jones's wicket. What should I give it? 5 hours? No, let's give it 4 hours. Up to 9:30.
Well, come
Out
back
or not out?
Come back tomorrow morning, and it's the first thing we'll talk about on comms.
Okay.
Maybe the dubious dismissals committee will have had time to review it and give us their thoughts.
Roland Jones is in, bowls, and it's edged. No slips in place, never a chance for the keeper. Down to deep third it goes, and they have taken one.
Again, just looking to heave away and getting a very thick outside edge, and as you say, at this point in the innings, no slips in for Middlesex. Simpson, absolutely no hope, and just thankful he's only gone for a single.
I've done Marty's done it as well, but I've done it with a pole. 3 hours 59 minutes. Do-do, do-do, do-do-do, do. Let's see what they come up with. Out or not out. Roland Jones around the wicket to Rain. This ball's dabbed back. No, it really is. In all the years that I've been doing this, it's great that you're able to rock and roll on these replays now. Just have a chat about it. I mean, in days gone by, it was obviously, what does the scorebook say? It says out. What does the scorebook still say today? It says out. But it's just nice to have a chat about it, isn't it? It just gives a little extra dimension. That's the great thing about watching Test cricket. I love watching Test cricket at home on the TV. Absolutely adore it. All the angles that they're able to come at things, the different replays, the conversations, the analysis. Brilliant. T20, can't bear it on the TV. Can't bear it. I need to be at the ground, get the awe factor. The awe of the power, the hitting, the speed of the fielding, reactions, speed of the bowling, skill of the bowling.
Holman around the wicket to Bushnell. Reverse sweeps in front of square, beats the guy at backward point, and the fielder at deep point keeps it to a single.
Hey, I tell you what, skipper Roland Jones hasn't done bad, has he? 3 for 65 from 28.
He's
done alright, hasn't he?
Good.
That's where this innings, I mean, look, 418 for 5. They're trying to put their foot on the gas here and have a bash at Middlesex tonight. If Holman now, the wrist spinner, can pick up a couple while they're trying to hit out, which wrist spin is difficult to hit against. That's why it's really risen in the last 20 years once more. Shane Warne, but also 2003, 2020 cricket. Wrist spin's really been a big part of the game, a resurgent part of the game. Undoubtedly, thanks to the magician Warne.
A man now does go to cow corner exactly for Ben Rain as Holman continues. He pulls out a reverse sweep, and I think he's clean bowled him.
As I was saying, there you go.
He has
trying to hit out against the wrist spin, and
Rain trying to hit away from the spin, trying to reverse sweep him to deep square, has ended up with his off stump having done some cartwheel out the ground.
When that new ball was taken after 80 overs, Middlesex had been saying to themselves, try and keep them to 400, no more. They're 418 for 6. Bushnell's still there on 15, but trying to hit out now. They haven't been able to get away, and that's why all the way through that scoring rate, it's up at 3.3 at the moment, but 3.3 for a side that are in their 126th over. That's why Roland Jones's figures are so good. Bamba, Yadav, Helm, even Holman here, 4.6 he's been going on at a pitch that it's got a short boundary on one side. It's not got a lot of tonal bounce for him, but if he can get in a couple of wickets here, then again, where Middlesex were thinking, look, come on, let's try and second new ball, let's keep them to 400, no more. And that was when they were at the second new ball? They were already 200.
England's latest
240 for 1.
England's latest test star in Matty Potts, late release by the ECB, rocked up to the press centre Monday morning and was around there for 20 minutes, and suddenly got told, oh yeah, Matty Potts has been released to play. He comes in at number 8.
Oh, early poll movement, 13 votes, not out, 77%. Not out, but would have been umpire's call on DRS, says Spooksy.
I reckon that's probably the one of the fairest assessments you'll get of it. As Holman now comes around the wicket to Potts, goes back and gets a thick inside edge.
I took your tweet and I did it with a poll. So you got to do it. 14 votes now, 79% not out. There's a lot of Durham fans on Twitter right now.
As Holman into Potts, who skips down the wicket and hits it down towards Peter Milan at wide, long off for a single. Two balls left for Holman. Round the wicket to Bushnell, who hits this straight to extra cover for no run.
What have you said?
Holman, as Bushnell skips down and hits straight to cover again. So Martin, after saying vehemently all this time that it was not out, has voted on the poll and has voted out.
Oh, that's my moment of the season. That's beautiful. Oh, I love it. Let's have a look. It'll be that vote that swung it, you know. It'll be 48-52 in the end, and it'll be getting nervy. Oh, look, you swung it. It's down 65% now, and they're not out.
Right, I'm voting on this now. I'm not going to make the same mistake.
You can't vote on your own poll, though, can you?
No.
There we go. I've undone. I've covered your error, Martin.
Even though you think it was out.
No, I'd say it's not out.
Roland Jones bowls, punched away by Potts out to deep cover. Potts moves to 2, 420 for 6. Love it. That was absolutely brilliant.
I've now tweeted not out, and then I've instead of fapping.
That was brilliant. Comedy Central hiring YouTube for new series, I've heard.
Here's Roland Jones is clipped wide of deep mid on for a single, 421 for 6. This doesn't happen in a good game, you know. This only happens in a boring game, moments like this. Some of the best bits of cricket radio, aren't they, over the years? Always on TMS, the best bits were in the rain delay, weren't they?
Mid-on is not exactly back on the boundary. I wonder if Potsy's tempted to go over him. He attempts to.
Up in the air it goes, and there goes another one. 4 for Roland Jones, 4 for 67. Potts has gone, top
That's
edges.
That's the declaration from Durham.
Whoa, bold. Really bold. So they'll lose 2 for the change of innings. They've got an hour at Middlesex tonight. That is bold, you know. 421 for 7. Marcy's still picking himself up from pressing not out.
and then tweeting, I have fingers.
I've got a screenshot, don't worry, before he deleted it. And you said 12 overs you went for.
It'll be 6. Well, they say the scoreboard says 18 left. I wonder if that is that accounting for the 2 that they'll lose for change of innings? So Matty Potts attempting to send Toby Roland Jones over the boundary and just end up edging one straight up, and Simpson takes a very simple catch.
Well, this is set up pretty nicely, I think. Listen, I don't think Middlesex will be too perturbed by that declaration. I think there's still 18 overs today, 106 overs tomorrow, 96 on the final day. So how many is that in total? There's still a long way to go. There's still, call it the best part of 6.5 sessions in this game. Middlesex bat 4 sessions. Try and be up and just past Durham. then all of a sudden that third innings pressure's on. I don't think Middlesex are going to mind this declaration. I think it's positive from Durham, and congratulations to them. The wickets, they just haven't been able to push on. Again, you look at a side who declared and they've got a run rate of 3.3. Well done, Middlesex. I think they bowled themselves into a position to say to Durham, right, what are you going to do? And that Durham have tried to hit out and they haven't been able to hit out against the Middlesex attack. The scoring rate across the across the Middlesex innings now is going to be really interesting. Can Durham restrict Middlesex as they did likewise? All the while they wanted to get on. I mean, you think of that 421 as well. The flip side is the guy's got 200 and a brilliant 200 as well from Jones. It really was. That's as good a knock as you'll see this year.
Just had confirmation. There are 16 overs left in the day's play. So
did he not believe me?
Just about
an
hour
went for
left.
Confirmation. Always tightening up, lads. 63%, 38%.
I think after you two disagreed on the
how
not
does that work? 63% to 38%.
It's not updated. You'll need to refresh.
Yeah, but 63 to 38.
Probably votes are being casted all the time, so you need to refresh in order to get the right percentages.
Yeah, but how is the percentage wrong? 63 to 38.
It's 1% over.
Yeah. Of 101% of the vote.
Comment from the edge of the box, somebody had fat fingers. Well, to sort of not counter, to offer the opposite view to what you're saying, Durham, if you'd have said to Durham you'll be put in on a relatively green wicket and you'll come out with it 421 for 7 declared and be given an hour at Middlesex at the end of day 2, as I was saying, it's not a bad bowling attack to go at them. You've got Chris Rushworth, who's dominated the county circuit for what seems like forever. Matty Potts, who was all over Kane Williamson and Virat Kohli in the Test series that England have played. Ben Rain, who's got wickets in him. I don't think you'll see. Maybe you might see Stanley McAlinden for maybe a very short spell before end of play. But Durham, especially with the rain-affected game that we've had, realising there was a chance to progress the game, and obviously set up by Michael Jones's brilliant 206, I think it was in the end, being able to put themselves in this position and give themselves the best part of an hour at Middlesex tonight, and then they'll be able to come back out tomorrow, still relatively fresh, and try and get them again. So very interesting, as we just see the scores flash up. Lee's out for 46. Jones given contentiously out, OBW, to Roland Jones. Borthwick chipping Yadav back to him for a well-made 50. Maddinson run out after a slight confusion with him and Jones, and then the rest kind of fell relatively quickly as Durham looked to force a declaration. Bedingham, the other batter, to pass 50.
Roland Jones now has 42 wickets against Durham.
42 wickets against Durham now, Roland Jones.
Right.
He likes this batting lineup, doesn't he?
Does. He's racking up the wickets this season as well, Roland Jones.
Remember, lads, Rushworth
needs. Forgotten. Thanks, Marcy.
He's got fat fingers and now he's forgotten stats.
3 wickets for 600 first class wickets.
3 wickets for 600 and first class wickets.
A quick look around the rest of the grounds. Sussex are 49 for 4 in response to Nottinghamshire's 240 all out at Trent Bridge. Hampshire are 212 for 9 with a lead of 53 in response to Yorkshire's 159 all out at Scarborough. Essex racked up 505 for 9 declared. Nick Brown, I think, hitting a sublime double ton, and have Somerset 76 for 1 in response. Derbyshire 198 for 6, lead Worcestershire by 143 with 4 wickets remaining. Down at Cheltenham, Gloucestershire 317 all out, and Northamptonshire have just gone into the lead, 322 for 6. So lead by 5. Warwickshire 253 all out. Surrey currently 291 for 8. Lancashire 145 all out at Old Trafford, and Kent leading by 65 with 210 for 6 on the board. I believe there was a 50 in there for Joe Denley. There was indeed a 59 batting at number 4. Both openers for Kent making ducks. Not the best start for them. Currently got Jack leaning on 88 not out from 201, and he's being helped by Grant Stewart batting at number 8 with 41 off 45. Umpires are walking back out now. The rollers just coming off the pitch. So shortly we'll be seeing Sam Robson and your best pal, I'm going to refer to him now as, Mark Stoneman.
Oh yeah, Rocky.
Good old Rocky. Mindset for these openers, just get through, survive.
No, I don't think so.
Get some runs on the board at least.
Yeah, I think
you don't want to be coming back into the sheds at the end of day's play with.
I hate
Middlesex
to keep crediting Dave Fulton, but he was the one that said it to me. He said, "Look, if you're an opening bat and you go out and you've got 3 or 4 overs, you've got nowhere to go. It's horrible. But if you're an opening bat and you've got
an hour to bat,"
he said even 10 or 12 overs, I'll take that any day. I'd much rather 10 or 12 overs. You know, you could be. I mean, again, an hour in, you could be 30, 40 on the board.
You could be
before you walk off as an individual.
Yeah.
I mean, look, you could be 50 for 4 tonight, Middlesex, couldn't you? But equally, they could walk off the field this evening. 60 without loss, 70 without loss? Well, not 60's a stretch. 70's a stretch, but 60. I mean, they did. They scored They scored 103 in the session last week against Sussex. They went at the same position. T on day 3. They had 32 overs to bat that night. I think it was 28. They had 28 overs to bat that night, and they came off 103 without loss, Middlesex, that evening. Robson and Stoneman will be thinking same again, please. And here they come.
And of course,
are out.
They've just seen Michael Jones hit 206 on a...
Yeah, look, Stoneman's return. I don't know how his returns have gone over the years for Surrey, but for Middlesex, he'll be very keen here. Very keen to go out and perform. Sam Robson will have strike first up. They taking in turns, the pair of them. So Stoneman will face the first ball of the second innings. I think is the way they work it out. And yeah, I think both of these guys, they're having a really good season. The top 6, 7 for Middlesex are having a great year with the bat. A really good year, and I promise you, I think Middlesex will be looking at this in a very positive way. They'll be saying, lads, this time tomorrow, bat well, and you're alongside them. It's a short boundary. Let's see if they can maintain that same kind of line and length top of off. Durham, of course, again, they're thinking 40 for 3 tonight, lads. 40 for 4 tonight. And all of a sudden, Middlesex face a long, long way to save the game. So it's a really intriguing 16 overs coming here. Look how tight the slips are in as well. They've got 3 slips in place. There is a point, a cover and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. That's the 6-3 field, but the keeper and those slips are very advanced. The slips are almost alongside the keeper. Here's Rushworth, right arm over, he bowls, and Robson's in behind the first ball. Eases away into the offside, no run. They're going to be full and straight at those stumps this evening. You can guarantee that. And they'll be using all their wily old experience here at Chesterley Street to try and winkle out a few early wickets, which is what Middlesex failed to do with the new ball twice in this match so far, despite inserting Durham.
Got Beddingham at first slip, the skipper Borthwick at second, and Alex Lees at third. And as you mentioned, they are very, very tight together. No real gap.
Here's Rushworth, no run. I think if Middlesex get in 2 down tonight, they're not wholly disappointed, because they do have a top 7 that are firing this year. Simpson's having his best year with the bat. He looks in great nick. Holman's having a wonderful season at 7, young all-rounder. And the 5 above them are all doing all right as well. So you've got Peter Milan in at 4 for this game. I think they'll really be saying to themselves, look, just don't let it go disastrously wrong. If it goes really well and you get in 0 down tonight and it's another one of those 100 for 3 sessions, alright, let's call it 103 without loss sessions, as this is the first runs off the pads, just going a little too straight, and Robson working with the angle, picks up 4 through mid-wicket. Middlesex 4 without loss. But yeah, if they're 103 without loss last week, if they get in, let's say, that was 28 overs, if they get in 50 without loss tonight, Middlesex, they'll be absolutely over the moon, and they'll be saying, listen, a strong day 3 and pressure's on Durham on the final day here. That after Durham have declared 421 on the boards. So I think we've got a really important little passage going here, because again, 3 or 4 in this session and the game is turned on its head really from that perspective, as Rushworth hits a lovely line and length there, just left alone by Robson through to the keeper. 3 or 4 this evening, and Middlesex then are facing a long day 3 to try and make sure that they're not all done by tea, which allows Durham to go out and have a thrash tomorrow night and then have the final day to bowl at Middlesex in return. So it's a bold and positive and commendable declaration by Durham, and the reason why it's bold and commendable is because Middlesex will quite like it. Here's Rushworth in, bowls, and Robson's beaten by a beaut. Lovely ball, line and length, beats the forward defence.
Been squirted through mid-wicket for earlier in the over for 4, tightened back up and straight back on the music, and a little bit of movement off the pitch and 4th stump line. Is all you can do as a bowler. Hang it out there and see if there's some movement off the pitch, and if not, maybe the batter throws his bat at it, and then you trust your wicketkeeper and slip coordinator to take any chances that come their way.
Rushworth bowls. This is clipped backward square on the leg side, and that will be 4 more. Robson moves to 8. Middlesex off the mark with a couple of boundaries in the opening over, 8 without loss.
Just erring slightly too straight there, and maybe a touch on the full side from Rushworth, and Robson puts him away to the boundary. And it looks like Matty Potts, back off England duty, has claimed our end down here as his end that he'll bowl from and share the new ball with. He did like to stay over the wicket at all times, I think, during his tests with England, and I think in the short spell he did in the ODI here as well last week, he also stayed over the wicket no matter who was on strike, and he will do that to Stoneman here. 3 slips, backward point. Looks to be a fielder coming in at cover now. Mid on, mid off, mid wicket, and long leg. Here he is, Potts steaming in, and Stoneman leaves that outside his off stump.
Full of chatter in the field, rightly so. They've done a lot of hard work for that 421. They've got every right to be aggressive and on the attack here this evening and throughout tomorrow. But like I say, the reason why it's so commendable is they've given this game a chance to move on, Durham. Put the ball into Middlesex's court. Well, go on then. If you want to go and score at 4 and over, you're going to have to take some risks to do so.
Potts in again, and Stoneman gets a thickish inside edge past his stumps that flies away down to the fine leg boundary for 4.
He'll take that.
First boundary of the innings for Stoneman.
Oh, dearie me.
Was not sure at all where that had gone, and very fortunate not to have chopped onto his own stumps. So first boundary for Stoneman after 2 in the opening over. Martin will be back with you at the end of the over. As Stoneman now plays this past backward point. Should be a couple. Kev has been removed from commentary duties.
I'm not sure if we're suddenly about to hear the news or not, or if we're going to go straight into the sports bulletin. So I haven't heard anything. So best be on.
Better to be over prepared than under prepared.
And I was bored with listening to Kevin anyway. No, I can't get hold of them, so they might throw to me in the news bulletin. They might wait and go to us a little bit later in Total Sport. It's a long time since. It's been a few weeks since Total Sport was on. You see, I'm trying to get my head back around football season mode.
Potts again sets off Runs in and bowls and immediately challenges Robson's outside edge. Had him feeling uncomfortable there. Fizzes one outside his outside edge through to the keeper.
Some real pace, hasn't he?
Straight on the money as well.
Yeah, filled out a lot over the winter. Came back looking a different lad.
35 wickets, I think it was, in the opening spell of the county championship.
I had 44 in my head for weeks for some reason, but
I believe it was 35, and then
35.
Rightly rewarded with an England call-up and straight into the test team, and looked like he'd been there for a few years. In again to Robson, tries to flick one off his hips down the leg side. A good diving take from the keeper, as he has one ball left in his opening over. So there's a nice England contingent coming through now at Durham. Potts,
can't
Lees,
afford to lose any more players.
Potts, Lees, Carr, Stokes obviously test captain. Nice to see North East getting some recognition
Unfortunately,
in
Wood's
international
going to
level.
miss this whole season because he's going to have another operation on his elbow.
As Potts is in to finish his over, Robson turns this one into the leg side, but no run. End of his first over. Middlesex 15 for none. Yeah, Woody said that, I think, during comms up here with both Test Match Special and on Sky Sports. It was after his comeback game for his club, Ashington, which the ECB had got him to play as part of a test to see if he'd come back. He said he woke up feeling sore on his elbow, couldn't really straighten it, and unfortunately the news from his surgeon was you've got to go back in for surgery. So he's giving himself the best opportunity he can to play for the T20, play at the T20 World Cup for England, who desperately needs their Premier right ball bowlers back, seeing as we are slightly struggling without Jofra, Archer and Woody at the minute. They just add with that pace, they have that X factor, that's something different.
15 without loss. Rushworth then bowling against his old colleague Mark Stoneman, who he spent many seasons with here in Chesty Street. Comes round the wicket from the Lumley end. Was that a play and a miss, or was that a play and a leave? Let's have a look at what he's done here. Yeah, he's played at that one, but protecting his off stump as well, but the ball went just wide of off stump through to the keeper. For none. Rushworth in and balls. Stoneman back into his crease, defends this one. Mark Stoneman won the One Day Cup as Durham's skipper in 2014. Beat Warwickshire on a really murky, eerie day at Lord's. Lights on after horrendous thunderstorms overnight. There was a lot of sort of steaminess in the air. Now 35 years old. He's played 11 tests for England from 2017 to 2018. This is his 219th first class match. And he plays this one back to the bowler. He's gone into this one 12,850 runs and a higher score. 197 Surrey against Essex in 2017, which was his first year with Surrey, having left Durham at the end of the previous season. And that was at Guildford. He played 135 first-class games for Durham and scored 7,500 runs, with a highest score for Durham, 187 against Middlesex in a draw here in 2014. And during his spell with Durham, he managed to get 1,600s and 37 half-centuries. Rushworth in, Stoneman forward, plays that away from the off-stump out into the covers.
Very quick fielding change from Scott Wolf, because it is a no ball from Rushworth. They started off with 3 slips, and Alex Lees has just moved out the slip corner and gone into a short mid-wicket. Wonder if they're just trying to tempt him to chip one up off his pads early on in the innings. But a very early fielding change by the skipper Borthwick.
Rushworth turns. He's got a short mid-wicket in there. Right arm round, and this is flicked away down towards the long leg. Potts comes round just in front of our commentary position, and 1 run. Was that the fielding position you were talking about? Alex Lees going in there.
Yeah, Alex Lees has just been moved out of the slip cordon.
I couldn't see him initially. He was behind the window frame,
and it is maintaining the same for Robson as well.
Just in the eye line. Short mid-wicket. Potts jogs across the fine leg on the other side of the ground now as the right-hander comes on strike.
I think it's McAlinden doing...
Is it McAlinden? McAlinden. Rushworth in. Oh, and the ball's fired back to him. It bounces back at him sharply from Sam Robson's bat and it ricochets off him. Got David Bellingham at first slip and Scott Borthwick at second slip.
Potts, I think, is at...
Backward point, is he?
Potts is at mid-on, fielding in a floppy. With sunglasses on the top.
Alright, who's in the... no, it's Bushnell with the shin pads on. Yeah, Potts has got the floppy on. Rain's got one on as well. He's at mid-off. Potts at mid-on. Lees is at short mid-wicket. And Jones is at mid-wicket. Rushworth in. Bangs it in short. It stays quite low and it's played away by Robson out into the covers. End of the over. BBC Radio Newcastle with you. BBC London. When these two sides met in 2019 at Lords in September time, Durham won and it kept them in the race for promotion after a very slow start that year. And then unfortunately they lost at Northants the following week, and that was the end of the hopes of promotion. And I think the final game here against Glamorgan ended up losing the final 2 days to the weather. Got rather soggy at the back end of that summer. But in that match, Angus Robson, who'd played for Leicestershire, was playing for Durham at the end of that season, and he played against his brother. I think they both got half centuries as well. And we think Angus might now be back in Australia. We were looking for evidence of recent games from him on Cricket Archive the other day, and there didn't seem to be any. Oh, Potts bowling here, and a play and a miss from Stoneman outside the off stump. Stoneman's on 8, and Robson's on 8. 18 for none. So Durham declared on 421 for 7. They batted for 126 and a half overs. They ran off when Potts got himself out, top edging a ball from Toby Rowland Jones. He was caught by the keeper. Difficult one, steepling and running away. He's coming over the shoulder. You're running towards the boundary, trying to judge where it's coming. Potts in again, and Stoneman turns this to square leg, no run. So Durham had lost a few quick wickets then. They were trying to push things along. So after tea, Jones went for 206, Bellingham for 62, Rain for 1. Potts for 2. Rain tried to reverse sweep Luke Holman and completely missed the ball, and if it, turned his off stump into leg stump and was York leg stump. It's played away to the cover area, to the point, no run.
What do you reckon, Marty? I think this is a really, really, really good move from Durham. You've got to risk defeat to win a game. They could have gone to 500. Middlesex can't win the game from there.
Potts in. The sun is shining. They're appealing for LBW. I'm not sure if I was following the ball there or the shadow of the ball.
That is a good shout, Marty. Has it just hit outside line? I'm not sure that has, look.
I can't see from here.
Oh, look at that. That's not hitting out. Oh, that's umpire's call again, isn't it? Whether that's hitting outside the line
possibly
of off or
scraping the front of the pad, going just wide of off, or maybe just clipping off.
Oh, that's hammering into middle and off, but whether it just hits outside the line.
Comes in and bowls. It's gone through the keeper. I can't see the ball on your thing. Where is it?
The ball's about to...
Where's the ball?
There. Unless it took a clear
he's
inside
coming round,
edge,
isn't he? Yeah. Right,
yeah. That's a cannoning into middle and off. Unless there was an inside edge that we didn't hear. I can't believe they didn't go up more from that, so maybe they all heard an inside edge. But that's another really good shout.
Potts to Stoneman. Round the wicket to the left-hander. Stoneman defends. The ball bounces down into the ground and loops up into the air on the offside. End of the over. It's a maiden.
Yeah. So Durham goes to 500. Middlesex can't win the game. Durham at 421. They're saying to Middlesex, well, go on then. You're going back 4 and over. They know Middlesex needs to win this game. Really needs to win this game. Otherwise, they're going to September having to win all 3 games to finish in the top 2. So, yeah, Middlesex need to go out 4 and over, really. Then try and bowl out Durham on the final day and maybe have a little thrash at the end. It's all a long shot, but at 500, they were leaving themselves 2 days in the field to bowl Middlesex out twice, weren't they? With Middlesex pretty much playing for a draw, you'd have thought the most part. Here's Rushworth, right arm over, he bowls. Robson's forward driving to mid-off, there's no run. But now all the results possible.
Well, Stanley McAlinden's dad, Mark, has messaged me, just pointing me to something which somebody else messaged me about a little bit earlier on Twitter. Who was the other one? Was it Connor Grimes? Oh!
This one, edge is short.
That's gone daisy cut through. He's just got the bottom of the bat on that one. Bottom corner of the bat. Connor Grimes tweeted as well. It was an hour ago, so it was probably during the changeover of innings and whatnot. Turned me off. He said, I think Ross Whitfield deserves a shout out. 270 for Durham's under 18s against Lancashire. I think that one's in Southport where they're playing there. So 1 for the future, says Connor.
It's got cold again. This one squirts off an outside edge. That last one, I just watched it back. He played it down into the ground, didn't he, Robson? He was dabbing down on it. Straight.
Rich Wilson asks you, when did naval before wicket become a legitimate dismissal option?
Someone put it quite nicely on one of the... They've taken the 2 freeze frames they can get closest to it. Let's have a look. Who was it now? Wired and Thierry, who's a Birmingham City fan by the looks of it. So here's Rushworth bowls, and this is eased to backward point. There's no run. He says way too high, still going up when it hits the leg, unless it hit the pad first, which deflected it upwards. And that's the thing, where he's got the 2 freeze frames. See, I reckon that's just hit the top of the knee pad there.
Well, it hasn't hit I don't think it's hit the top of the knee roll. I think, if anything, it's clipped the very top of the pad if you're lucky. By the time it hits his thigh pad, it looks like it's going down the leg side. Doesn't matter, he had 206 on the board by then.
That's just fun, isn't it? It's just one of the fun things
the amount of matches we've watched over the decades.
This ball's pushed away.
You just have this sort of inner feeling when you think something looks right or doesn't look right when there's an appeal, even down at third man.
Well, 71% agree with you, Marcy.
Oh, well, there you are. Including me. No, I didn't agree with me. Hit the wrong button. I tweeted a thing last night. There was in the South Africa-England women's match at Derby, one of the South Africa players referred a decision. It was absolutely plumb.
This ball's pushed away into the offside. The fact that 30% think it's out suggests it's not a shocker. You've got 1 in 3 think it's out. 2 in 3 think it's not out. It's not a shocker, is it?
I tweeted last night, why on earth would you review this? It's as plum as a row of plum trees in the Vale of Evesham in late August during Plum Festival, but other than that, I mean, it was absolutely bang on, right on middle stump. Barry Waller replied, you'd even get that given in the West Tyne League. David Neal responds, naughty. That's spoken like a batsman with a long memory. And Barry replies, it was always in dubious pre-neutral umpire days. Witnessed some interesting decisions over my career, both when running school teams and, of course, playing. But think you do a wonderful job, which at times can be a thankless task because the best umpires and referees are usually on the touchline or the boundary, says Barry. But I hadn't heard of the West Tyne League, which is apparently where the likes of Allendale play, up in the hills. North Pennines. Potts round the wicket here from the Finkel end. Really bangs that in on a real full length there. Going for the Yorker to Mark Storman, who plays it away. So I'm wondering which other little teams must be in the West Tyne Cricket League. It sounds intriguing. Have you ever umpired up there, Neil? No? West Tyne Cricket League. Round the wicket, Potts comes in, bowls.
2 slips in place tonight, which again tells you a little bit about the pace of the pitch. Durham attacking hard, and point cover and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg, and a deep square as well.
Looking for the table now. Where's the table? Oh, some nice locations here. Oh, Potts comes in and bowls. No run there. He's got a backward point. One of the grounds, I made my county debut there in the under 11s, well, for South Tyneside schools anyway, in a place called Clara Vale, high up above the River Tyne, along the Tyne Valley. I had absolutely no idea where we were. I remember driving round this colliery yard to get to the cricket ground at the back of the colliery yard with cracking views. Belsay, that's a nice place. Potts bowls. He's gone up to mid-on, no run. So in that league you've got Allendale, which was Clara Vale, Holt Whistle, Hayden. Well, the Holt Whistle, Hayden Bridge grounds. You'd see them on the A60. Mitford's a nice little village just outside of Morpeth. Medimsley. Benwell Hill. Newton, where will that be? Is that Newton by the Sea, right up in Wylam? Nice one. Tynedale, Stocksfield. And Riding Mill among them. This one's left by the batsman from Potts. Stamford. Some lovely grounds there then. Must be some really lovely locations to go and visit in Northumberland there. Oh, I can't reach that now.
Where are you off to now?
I think the Total Sport Show are about to come to us at some point. Footy season's back.
Oh, goodness me. Yeah, BBC London Sport are on the air now at 6 o'clock.
Oh, you might. Do you need to do anything?
Let's do an update.
Last ball of the over from Potts. It's been a maiden so far, and it is a maiden as that's played to point. I think an update coming here. Yeah. We've had proper cricket today. Michael Jones batted ever so well. He faced 381 balls in the end for 206 runs, put on 141 for the first wicket with Alex Lees, who was out just after lunch, then 107 for the second wicket with Scott Borthwick, so Lees making 46, Borthwick 55. And then the final partnership of note was 114 for the fourth wicket with David Bedingham. Eventually out for 206 LBW to Toby Rowland Jones. I thought it looked a little bit unfortunate. It looked like it might be going down the leg side and hitting the thigh pipe. But by then Durham were already looking to try and declare. And then when Bedingham went for 62 and Rain for 1 and Potts 4-2, pretty quickly after that they did declare. So they were on 421 for 7. 126 and a half overs had gone at that point in time. And they've given themselves 16 overs, an hour in which to bowl at Middlesex tonight, try and get some breakthrough here. It's a beautiful sunny evening. The only problem is the conditions probably don't really favour bowling at the moment. We've seen lots of runs on this square this summer and not many wickets, so their work is cut out, but they've given themselves far more time than they have done in any previous games to try and make some inroads. At the moment, Middlesex 18 without loss. Sam Robson has 8, and at the other end, the former Durham man, Mark Stoneman, is on 8 as well.
Rushworth bowls just full of a length. This ball's pushed back up the track. He's warming up at second slip.
Bernard says Newton is north of Corbridge off the A68. There is a beautiful little village. It's a hamlet really, Newton by the Sea, which is just up near Dunstanburgh Castle Golf Club. And there's a gorgeous little real ale pub, gastro sort of pub there, where they brew their own beers. A little square of fishermen's cottages. That's a really nice little place, that one.
Rushworth bowls once more. Robson defends into the onside.
Have you ever been up Northumberland, Kev, or not? How far north you got? Is this as far as north you've ever been?
What's the most northern part of the ground?
Well, you have to come in off that junction just beyond the ground off the A1.
I think I've done that.
Oh, you've been to Sunderland? Oh, you must have been to Newcastle before on the train.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, you've been to Newcastle Airport, so there you are.
Yeah. Well, I covered Newcastle a few times. Games at the ground. What's past Newcastle?
Lots
Here's
of
Rushworth, he's in.
countryside.
Bowles and forward defence from Robson. What's the northernmost professional football club on the East Coast?
Well, it'd be Sunderland, won't it, on the East Coast?
Is it?
Yeah, and then you've got Hartlepool below them and Borough, because Newcastle's 12 miles inland.
But which is more northerly, Newcastle or Sunderland?
Well, Newcastle will be slightly further north than Sunderland, but it's not on the coast. It's a canny,
you know what I mean, the east
it's a
side
canny
of the country.
swim.
What's the northernmost professional
Oh,
club
hang
on
on,
the east
Berwick
side
Rangers.
of the country?
Well,
Berwick.
Berwick, I don't, yeah, but I
Who are
think-
virtually Scotland.
well, they are. They do play in Scotland, but they went out of the Scottish League into like the Lowlands League or something. I'm not even sure they're professional anymore, but the ground was definitely on the England side of the river because I covered a few matches there for us.
Comes Rushworth, Bowles, and this ball's pushed back into the onside.
You've
Silly
got,
mid-on-fields.
Going up the coast, you've got places like Ashington who play in the Northern Premier. In the
Is that
Northern
is it
League.
where's the place that produced Harmison and the Charltons?
That's
Ashington, yeah?
yeah.
And Woody.
Yeah. And the famous brothers who played for England in the 1966.
I said Charltons, didn't I?
Yeah, did you?
Yeah.
I didn't hear what you said. Yeah, and their mum, she was a good football coach. So you got Blythe Spartans up that way on the coast. Ashington's there.
So the club themselves, Ashington, either cricket
Yeah.
or football, how high up do they play?
They're in the Northern League.
Premier?
No, well, it's the Northern League, so it's about tier 6 or 7 of the football pyramid.
So what goes up once you're past the Northern League? Where do you
Well,
get
you would
to?
go into the Northern Premier League after the Northern League, I think it is, isn't it? And then it's the
Robson clips the mid-wicket off Rushworth, no run.
and then after that you go into the the National League North, and then the Conference. And
Okay.
yeah,
I saw that's Ashington, is it? Maiden over for Rushworth. None for 11 from 4.
yeah.
Are we talking cricket and football here for these? Yeah.
Well, Ashington, cricket-wise, play in the North East Premier League, which was a combination of a number of different leagues. So you had the Northumberland League, Tyneside League, Durham Senior League.
Is that the highest until you're at... Yeah.
Yeah, so they're effectively in the second tier of that.
Oh, top of Division 1, so they'll go up to the Premier League next year, Ashington.
Yeah, which is still part of the same league structure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I was just wondering, they've got this history, haven't they, of producing players, the football and cricket side.
Potts from the Finkel end. Good take. Ball played into the ground and loops up into the air, and Potts snatches it one-handed off Stoneman's bat. What was Ashington famous for? The collieries, was it?
I'm going to have to find that word for you tonight. I know what it was, the collieries. And I said,
Well,
how's
there
that
was
not been
the
associated with
smelter
York
plant,
because
wasn't
it's-
there? Linemouth. Alcan. Mainly coal mining back in the day. In comes Potts, played to Nick Maddinson, short mid-wicket. He tumbles backwards as he stops it.
Didn't like the look of that, did he, Maddinson?
No. I think I was presenting drive time when the last big pit closed in the Ashington area.
1872.
Yeah. Was it Linemouth pit? Potts with a bouncer, and you can hear the yelp of effort as he put that in there. Into the Ashington Colliery Trail, Linemouth, and Ellington was the last big one to go. We did an OB from there about 2005, something like that. Potts round the wicket to leave from Stoneman. Good judge of the ball there, because that looked quite tight. It's about a stump across from off. 18 for none. Potts around the wicket, bowls, and another leave through the keeper. Gorgeous sunny night now. I think at this rate we'll have Kevin Hand back in his socks again.
Coat on, socks off.
One of the ground staff's in a pair of shorts and a t-shirt, bathing in the sunshine across towards the castle stand. Potts bowls, and it's another leave outside the off stump. 3 in a row there. It's another maiden for him.
That's not going to be Vic, is it?
No, it's not.
For the South, Vic. Put your coat on.
Bring Rob back in place me, because I need to make a call to find out when I'm next on the radio.
Oh, I probably should have done that as well, shouldn't I? Here comes... Oh, hold on. Who's unplugged? Is it you or me? I can't hear myself now. Which one is it? Oh, I am still on. Here we go. I lost myself for a moment. I'm back again. 18 without loss here. Technical difficulties. No difficulties for the batters out there this evening so far. Half shout against Robson for an LBW. I thought it looked better on the replay than the appeal suggested. Beat the edge a couple of times as well. Helmet being run out for a short leg now by the looks. Oh no, keeper's going to stand up to Robson. Off Rushworth, try and keep him in his crease. 18.1 overs gone. Sorry, 8.1 gone. And 7.5 remain on day 2. Silly mid-on goes down, so does short mid-wicket and a shortish square leg. This ball's played to the silly mid-on. All we need to know about the pace out there already, that 9th over in, no slips in place. Again, why both sides would have fielded on that first morning to see if they could get a little bit of life out of the pitch first thing.
Right, well, we've still got another half an hour to go here, that's all.
This game does feel about how far can Middlesex go in this innings. You never know. Durham could still walk off with 3 wickets down tonight, which they'll very much be hoping for. It's Rushworth bowls. Pins Robson. Didn't look right from here. They've gone down pretty quickly. I think Robson's gone forward, but not particularly across. So angling down the leg side. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, missing leg. Not a bad shout, but a missing leg.
I thought that was a very good LBW shot there.
I did as well.
Actually, on the freeze frame, maybe not.
You can see all the middling off. Here comes Rushworth. Bowls, and this ball's played defensively back up the track, no run. Yeah, they had one pretty decent shout against him in the early stages of the innings. Right arm around from Potts to... No, what am I saying? Right arm around. Right arm over from Potts to Robson. Team without losses. Robson. But one slip in place. Rushworth bowls and Robson's forward defending, and there's no run. Again, it's one of those, if they go upstairs, you might be looking at umpire's call on that one. Angle suggests it's probably just about missing.
I think definitely in live time it had more going for it, but when, like you say, we do have the advantage of breaking it down and doing a freeze frame, then you realise quite quickly that it's hopeful more than anything.
Well, again, if they review it, then there could be something for an umpire to think about, umpire's call and all. But anyway, end of the over. That's driven to mid-off. 18 without loss. Robson has 8. Stoneman has 8. And a maiden for Rushworth. Number 11 from 5. Middlesex just playing it nicely at the moment. You're right. You were rattling away there. What's up? Is it?
Just trying to get comfortable back in my headphones. Been a while.
So Potts none for 7 from 4. Rushworth none for 11 from 5. Sun belting down. Very different scene at Chesley Street as we approach the close today, as it was approaching tea yesterday when we were rained off for the second half of yesterday. More than half. We'd only just gone past 40 overs, haven't we?
Potts to continue round the wicket to Stoneman. Runs in and short one that Stoneman doesn't duck out the way for, but generally moves his head to the side, and good carry through to the keeper. Potts just manoeuvring his field round. Looks like Bushnell is going in at a leg slip, or maybe no, he's gone a little bit squarer now. Short, say a short backward square leg, that is. Here's Potts again, in and bowls, and just Stoneman just manages to withdraw his bat away and make sure there's not an edge through to the keeper. Wonder when we might see Ben Rainey. He's now going through some stretches and stuff at mid-off. Might be one more over each for these two and then a change. As Potts around the wicket, Stoneman drops it and runs to mid-off, and they get a single. Good partnership batting between the two, good awareness. Brings Robson on strike. Again, slight change in plan for Robson, which means a few more adjustments in the field. Got a man in, I think that's Bushnell again at short leg. Maddinson at mid-wicket and shortish mid-wicket, and I think that's McAlinden at actual mid-wicket. Potts in again, and a scream from second slipper as it flew past the outside edge. Did move past the stumps there on the replay. It was a very good one-handed take from the keeper. Second slip, I believe, is Borthwick, and he was very interested, but no one else went up for him. It was a very good diving one-handed take from the young keeper in only his second first-class game. Two balls left in the 10th over. Potts strides in again, beats the outside edge of Robson. It's good bowling this from Potts. He's not allowing Robson to get away from him. He's currently 8 off 31. He had the 2 boundaries, I think, to start the innings and has had nothing since. Can he pick up the wicket that Durham will so desperately be wanting before the close?
Yeah, bold and commendable declaration, as we said, from Durham here to try and get in amongst them tonight.
As Potts bowls in, it's a drop and run from Robson into the offside. Quick single, end of the over. Middlesex 20 for none. I believe we had a quote tweet from David Lloyd.
I bet it's out in tomorrow's paper. This is on Marty's Not Out or Out.
Because I haven't got quite the attention on Twitter. There was that David Lloyd quote tweeting me.
Oh, he quote tweeted you, did he? I thought it was Marty's one.
No, he quote tweeted Martin.
20 without loss. Middlesex trail by 401.
And here is the change.
Rain replaces Rushworth. The game's always easy in hindsight, isn't it? But you wonder, should they have gone up close to that 500 and given it that Dave Fulton 2 or 3 overs tonight before stumps rather than the full hour? Something for Robson and Stoneman to get their teeth into, which they have done. 20 for 1. 10 overs gone. No real damage done in terms of the scoreboard. 401 the deficit now. But you just wonder, match situation. Again, they were gambling defeat to win by pulling out as early as 4-2-1 declared. They were trying to hit out, trying to push it on further than that, but it just wasn't happening. Wickets were falling. They decided, right, let's get out there and get on with it with the ball. Which could still be a good move, but Middlesex will hope. As we said, 40-50 at stumps tonight. Won't be quite that many as Rain's in, bowls, Robson's forward, push it back to mid-on, there's no run. Yeah, if there could be, well, even 30 on the board at stumps tonight, Middlesex, the deficit's below 400, come out, bad all day tomorrow and try and be close to Durham to put some pressure on tomorrow night. Declare behind themselves, perhaps Middlesex really will want this win. They won't want it to go wrong tonight, and Robson and Stoneman have been quite circumspect this evening. As Rain's in, bowls, and that lifts past the edge of an attempted cut from Robson. One of those leaning back uppercuts that he tried there. Point in place, but nobody backward off until he gets second slip. Rain sets off in the sun. And he bowls now, just full of a length to Robson, who angles that one back at a point for a single. And the deficit is exactly 400 now. I'll just say that to themselves. Look, have a good start tomorrow, Middlesex. 32 over session up to lunch. This ball will be 48 overs old. And theirs will be the afternoon session then to try and push on against that much older ball, short boundary. That'll be the time tomorrow afternoon. If they can just avoid a big problem in the morning, Middlesex, then between lunch and tea tomorrow, they'll think, right, let's get at them. Let's get going. Middlesex scored 200 after tea last week against Sussex. We're looking for a declaration as here is Rain around the wicket, Stoneman, and goes past the edge. Lovely line of attack from around the wicket. Beautiful ball. Just draws him in outside off and beats the edge. Be plenty of chatter for Stoneman. They won't be letting him off lightly out there, will they?
Definitely not on his return to his old stomping ground.
I heard Marty going through the stats of his previous games against Durham. I didn't take any of them in though, sadly. I'll ask him again later. Rain's in, bowls. This is pushed up to mid-off, and there's no runners upstairs making a tea at the time. They were all listening upstairs. Evening all, tuned in upstairs. See them and getting a bit of practice in today. Up on the top floor. They needed to by their performances yesterday. Be back from at lunch tomorrow. Missed them at tea today. We went out. Marty was convinced it was going to be warm out the back, so we went out back. Well, it wasn't cold. Let's put it that way. This ball's clipped, bump ball to mid wicket by Stoneman. No run. End of the 11th. 5 to go today. A sedate finish to the second day, which will suit Middlesex down to the ground. Durham would really hope that the final 30 deliveries of the day can bring at least 1 wicket for 21 without loss after 11.
It'll be Potts to continue. I was debating whether they might have done a change of ends for Rushworth, but it is Potts to continue.
Roast chicken or steak and ale pie tomorrow.
Roast chicken or steak and ale pie tomorrow. What's the vegetarian option, please?
Just some kind of pie, but it's a vegetarian.
A vegetarian pie.
As Potts over the wicket, and Robson tucks this away through mid wicket, and will get a 2. Nicely turned away past the man under the lid at short leg. Man under the lid at short leg has been taken out. Believe he's going to reinforce the covers. And as Potts sets off again, bowls, and Robson again turns it into leg side, and a tumbling stop won't be able to save the single. 24 without loss for Middlesex. Very quickly just gone to 2 slips in the slip cordon. Potts now comes around the wicket to Stoneman. Sets in, bowls, and Stoneman drives back past him, and Rain gets a hand on it at mid-off, but it's not able to stop it in its entirety, and the batters will jog through for a single. Mentioned it in Durham's first innings, having the right-left handed batting combo, just getting the singles where you can, retain the strike, making the fielders move around a little bit more. Maybe try and force Potts to unsettle himself with his line, not being able to target against one batter as he runs in now, bowls, gets a play out of Robson, who just dabs that down towards point for no run. Two balls left, which will leave after this 4 left in the day's play. Potts turns at the top of his marks and strides in and bowls slightly fuller, and Robson plays that into the ground and it bounces back into Potts' hands. Borthwick moving McAlinden, believed to deep backward square leg. Sorry, not deep backward square leg. Behind square on the... Oh no, it would be deep backward square leg. Potts strides in and bowls and beats the outside edge of Robson, had him fiddling outside off stump. End of the over, Middlesex 25 without loss.
Oh yeah, that was a nice ball to finish, wasn't it?
A little bit of movement off the pitch.
Just a little dabble from Robson at the end of it. Just good line and length bowling, really. If there is then a little bit of movement. But just challenging that judgment on off stump, which is not easy. 12 overs gone, 25 without loss. Middlesex going at 2 and over, which they will not be perturbed by at all on this second evening. They'll certainly be thinking at scoring around 4s tomorrow, though, out there. They'll be confident that they can save this game, even if tomorrow goes wrong for them. The follow-on's what? 270, somewhere around there. So even if they were to have a bad morning session, they'd be confident of avoiding that, but confident of saving the game if they can. But they'd certainly, I'm sure, like we've said, this is a commendable declaration by Durham. They would commendably, you'd imagine, tomorrow try to go at 4 and over and be up and around Durham's score at stumps tomorrow evening. Maybe themselves just have a little dart at Durham before stumps on day 3, see if something can be set up for day 4. Durham have clearly shown by their declaration this evening that they're interested in playing ball in this match. Rain bowls. This is cut away down to the vacant third, using the angle with a late cut from Stoneman. He moves to 14, 29 without loss. A solid start, but very similar for Durham with the ball, as Middlesex suffered on that first morning. Not quite what they were hoping for the bowlers. What do you reckon, Marty? Is commendable a good word for the Durham declaration?
Yeah, they've got to try and keep it interesting, haven't they?
Well, I think they have. Durham Rain, bowls for Durham, pushed to
Sun's,
shortest point.
So what does the sun do again, Kev?
Disappears behind a cloud.
Does
Moves behind a cloud.
It moves behind a cloud, yeah.
Nestles in.
It's got a little bit grey all of a sudden, a little bit overcast here.
Didn't we have this one put to bed, though, that the sun is moving as well?
No.
We're moving around the sun, but the sun is still moving. We're all moving.
I can't remember who you had the debate with.
No, it was DT, of course. Rain bowls and forward goes Stoneman, pushing back up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Well, search, does the sun move?
Of course it does.
Eh?
The universe is expanding, isn't it? So we're moving around a sun which itself is moving. So to some extent, there's a movement of the sun. And we're moving at an angle of it. There you go, there's the Milky Way. We're in a swirling mass of stars around the centre of the Milky Way, aren't we?
I couldn't quite get my head around some stat the other day. It was claimed some of these things they're now seeing in this telescope were so far away from us, they're almost heading back to us again.
Rain bowls, and this is turn deep to backward square leg for a single, 30 without loss. I'm sure that's often how the listeners feel tuned into us, Marty.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's obviously the ones where we're seeing stars.
Quantum physics with Kevin Hand.
Well, you know, Kevin P. Hand is indeed working for NASA in deep space exploration.
Is that right?
Yeah. He was the one that was on the board, put on the board by Callie at, you must know that story. He was put on the big screen at Headingley by Callie. He said, look, we'll get on it. Remember when Callie used to have his face on the big screen at
oh, yeah.
And he always used to get the visiting commentator put up there as well. Look, there I am, Kev. And then all of a sudden, hey, there you go, it's you, Kev.
And it wasn't you.
It wasn't me, it was Kevin P. Hand, who works for NASA. And the scoreboard operator returned to the Middlesex scorer with his laptop, said, is that him? He looked over and went, yeah, that's Kev. And there was a little bit of a similarity there, all right. Rains in, bowls, and forward goes Robson defending into the onside. There's no run.
Could they not see through the face mask off his spacesuit? Was that what it was?
Exactly, yeah. That's the best looking picture I've seen of Kev, said Don Shirley.
We once went to...
I sent it to him. Did I tell you? I dug out his email at NASA, Kevin P. Hand, right. And I sent him the picture and I said, look, I'm just sorry to disturb, but I thought you'd like to know one of the most famous cricket grounds in the world, and your face adorned the big screen there earlier today. He loved it. He sent it back and said, yeah, I'll try and get your face in a science publication one day.
Yeah. And then the CIA were knocking on your door the next morning.
Robson awaits, rain bowls, last ball of his second over, forward defence to the onside. 30 without loss, 3 to go today.
We went on a holiday to Houston a few years ago, and you can actually go on a visit to Mission Control.
Cool, I bet they had a problem then.
Yeah. So all the parts of the old rockets from all the other space missions are all lying out in the grounds. They're huge things.
That's great, that,
bus lengths.
Yeah.
You know, and then you go in, you see Mission Control, and then you actually go in, there's this huge hangar, which is like a giant air hockey table. With all this air being pressured through all these gazillions of holes, and that's where the astronauts train for weightlessness in space. So you can watch them training in this thing. Stanley McAlinden. Don't know if his dad's working today or if he's here. A couple of wickets. End of one over, beginning of a next against Derbyshire in the previous game, which ended their innings, and then he was on a hat-trick when he got the ball in the next innings. Didn't quite get there, but here he comes, right arm over, and that's cut down towards point on the boundary for 1. Played his age group cricket with Cumbria through under 14s, under 15s and whatnot, and then Durham found out about him. He's come through the Durham Academy and played for the Seconds last year. And I think upon making his debut for Durham a couple of weeks ago in the first team, he'd taken 85 championship wickets for the second team by then, across the last couple of seasons. Right arm over, quick, short that one, and played the Maddinson at point, 1 run there for Robson. Club cricket wise, where is he at? He was at Sacriston last year, South North the year before that, Carlisle the year before that. It's Chesty Street this year in the North East Premier League. So you've got Bushnell, you've got McIntosh, and you've got McAlinden, all making debuts in recent times, getting into the first team this year. The new cabs off the Durham rank. McAlinden in, balls. Oh, good ball, playing a miss there from Stoneman. Gone through to the keeper.
Oh, just seen whose birthday it is today. You know, Mick Jagger's a big cricket fan. He's always at the Test matches, isn't he? You always see him pictured. It was one of the great pictures of him just sat with the height of his fame with the Rolling Stones, just sat at the Oval, wasn't there, with the beer in the middle of everybody. Nowadays he's always in the President's box at Lord's. I always wondered who he supported, who was his team, whether he was a Middlesex fan or not. He was born in Dartford in Kent in 1943, his birthday today.
Yeah. McAlinden in again. This has gone off to point on the boundary once more for 1 from Stoneman.
So he listens to Matt Cole and Ben Watts, basically.
I met his brother it was 2016. We're doing a game down at Taunton, and Isabel Duncan came with us, and she's a friend of the family. The Friday night at Taunton, she said, "Look, do you fancy coming up to the cider barn at Cheddar Gorge? What's on there? Mick Jagger's band are playing at the cider barn." So we drove
Rolling
up.
Stones?
His brother and his band were playing at the cider barn.
I thought you meant Mick was.
Yeah.
His brother's got a band too.
Yeah. Oh, that's a no ball, and it's a ball that went short down the leg side. So anyway, we drove up there, and it was literally a barn on the side of this hill with cracking views looking all the way back across the countryside towards Glastonbury Tor, and Mick Jagger's brother lives in Glastonbury. And we had a chat with him during the interval between performances, and it transpires, in footballing terms, they're Hartlepool fans because the family originates from Hartlepool. McAlinden again, that's wide of off stump this time and left alone. So we've actually had 2 no balls in a row there, haven't we? Missed the one previously. So started with a single, then a dot, then a no ball that was cut to point, then another no ball and a dot. Gunshots going off somewhere. Sounds like. McAlinden in. This is cut down towards third man, and it's away. It's vacant. It's 4. The bang you heard there was the ball hitting the advertising hoardings at the front of the Health Club stand. There's been some kind of incident during a live debate between Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss on the Talk TV channel. There was a big bang in the studio while Liz Truss was talking on stage, and she immediately left the stage area. It sounded like some kind of equipment might have come down or something, but it looks like Talk TV are suggesting there's a medical incident. I've just watched it when I was off air. A medical incident possibly in the studios. This is defended on a length, so hopefully whoever it is okay. There's a big bang and she yelped, and then the studio went into darkness and she walked off the stage. I think they came off air deliberately after what had happened. So anyway, no doubt there'll be something about that on the news a bit later. Right. The BBC has just tweeted: Conservative Party leaders' debate halted after presenter Kate McCann fainted and collapsed. A source tells the BBC. That has just arrived on my timeline in the last few seconds. How many overs left today? 2 to go. Bright sunshine here in Chesley Street.
Round the wicket comes Rain, bowls and goes past the edge of Stoneman. Through it goes. 41 without loss. Yeah, not too much to read into what's happening out there this evening, I don't think, Marcy. Is the 14.1 overs Middlesex have played it out, which the fact that Durham removed the slips so quickly tells you enough about this pace and how Middlesex bowled on it. This is short and punched away into the offside. No run you'd have heard there from Robson. Middlesex's scoring rate 3 and over. As I say, tomorrow they'll hope to go up 4 and over, I'd imagine, throughout. wickets in hand, partnerships 4 and over. This is them going at 3 and over, playing for stumps tonight, pretty much all the way across the 16 overs. I didn't think they'd be so circumspect about it tonight, but I think they've been forced to be by Durham, hitting a very good line and length as Middlesex did. But I think Middlesex will try tomorrow to hit them off that line and length. They'll try to be positive. Stoneman for sure will. It's just his natural game. As Rain bowls and Stoneman gets right in behind this one. I think the pair of these will set themselves up for something big tomorrow and try and go at it. Now in that, trying to score at 4 and over, you'll gamble losing wickets. That's where Durham will hope that their positive declaration this evening will open something up for them. But either way, it should be an interesting day 3. And it should be a day 3 that sets up at least something on the final day for one of these sides to think, right, good session here, and there'll be pressure on them. And that's what day 3 will be about. Who can push that pressure on the final day? As his Rain bowls a short ball through it goes to the keeper. Just swaying inside it. Stoneman didn't really get up, did it? Died through to the keeper. That's the thing, you know. Let's say Middlesex do bat fantastically well tomorrow, and they go 4.5 and over tomorrow. By stumps tomorrow, let's say they've had 8 overs at Durham tonight, and they're 50 ahead. They've got 8 overs at Durham tonight. They've still got to take 10 wickets on this, which at the moment, a new ball in hand, 15 overs. Durham haven't really looked close to taking a wicket this evening. A couple have gone past the edge as here's Rain bowls and Stoneman in behind this again. And Middlesex, it was 3 down for the majority of the time, wasn't it, in that Durham innings? It was only in the end when they were hitting out that they managed to pick up those 4 wickets and have them 7 down, and Durham decided, all right then, 421 for 7, let's call it quits and have an hour at them tonight. But even if tomorrow goes fantastically well and they get 6 to 8 overs at them tomorrow night, leading by 50 runs, Middlesex, even if it was to go that well, it's still a long, long way for Middlesex to take 10 wickets to knock over Durham and then knock off whatever's left on the final day. So all set up for the game, but obviously a lot to do for both. As Rain bowls, Stoneman defends this into the onside. 41 without loss. Durham, meantime, be doing a rains arse overnight. Hope they come out in the morning with a bit of cloud cover. Might swing first thing tomorrow with some heavy cloud in the morning, and maybe a good morning session for Durham, and all of a sudden the game blows wide open the other way, which is very much what they're hoping for, I think, declaring on 421. 6 balls to go on day 2. Middlesex are 41 without loss, trailing by 380. A little bit of news tonight as well. Confirmation that Lords will host the World Test Championship Finals in 2023 and 2025.
Who's in that?
The top 2 of the Test Championship table in 2022 and 2024.
It's going to be tough selling tickets.
Do we know this
if you
yet?
don't know who they are. Don't know.
Well, it's a one-off test, isn't it? So I assume that, you know, basically
What year
Lords
is it
will
going to be next year?
Yeah, so it'll be whoever's top 2 this year, which will be what? India and New Zealand again? Are they there or thereabouts once more?
Don't know.
Though New Zealand might have just taken a knock-in in that last series.
Well, they lost 3-0 to England, didn't they?
When they lost to that team that have got a rubbish domestic game, which needs scrapping and putting back together again. Oh, 8 days home cricket after July 22nd for Middlesex fans. It's a shocker. And only 4 of those are at Lords. Not good for the game, Marty. Not good for the game at all. And there are those that want even fewer games to be played across the summer.
Yeah, because as Harmer said, the Essex spinner, by reducing the amount of people playing and the number of matches, you're obviously going to create a stronger game. I mean, it stands to reason, isn't it? If you've got fewer players, fewer games, fewer clubs, just think of all the talent that's going to disappear, which is exactly what he said.
The word elite should have alarm bells ringing in everybody's head.
Yeah. And it's just a few people making all these decisions. McAlinden with a bouncer at the start of the final over the day. We've already lost 2 rounds of county championship cricket, and if anything, I think that's worsened the situation.
Yep,
and if you look at what the impact it's had on England, they've struggled.
Yep.
You had 2 equal divisions of 9. Everybody played each other twice. England were top of the world rankings.
Participation levels are high at the moment.
Yeah.
Talent's coming through. I was having this chat on the way in this morning, and I just said, look, you know, when I started doing the job, the game's much better now than it was in 2005. There's some real dross in the Championship in 2005.
McAlinden in, bowls to Robson. That's played off towards the covers.
What you did have was England players playing then.
They've messed around, yeah. You don't see many England players these days. They've messed around with it. Central contracts have helped the England players, but
the players are fitter, faster, stronger than they were in 2005. Far so. T20's improved the game.
Let's get rid of the torso. Let's bring it back after 3 years. Let's get rid of the heavy roller. Let's bring the heavy roller back. Let's have 2 divisions equally. Oh, let's change 1 to 10 and 1 to 8. Let's change it the other way and have 1 that's 8 and 1 that's 10.
Tiflex tried in Division 2. Tiflex ball, do you remember that?
McAlinden in. It's a shortish ball which Robson looks to cut, but it just rolls out into the covers.
Yeah, I don't like it, Marcy. I think
once you take it away, it will never come back.
Well, you know, there are still those saying
with,
bring back 16.
Well, what you're left with will be very inferior to what we had a few years ago.
Well, you can bring back 16 and throw a couple of games into August with this current schedule, can't you? I mean, I don't think any of us now at this point would complain about playing the Championship during the 100.
In comes McAlinden again. This is pushed off towards deep point for 1. This has all come about because of the 100, which, you know, it can be argued that it wasn't needed. It's an extra format that only played in this country. Nobody else plays it.
Well, it'd be interesting when the 1.3 million payment stops to the counties, if it does, annually. If that's what's going to happen, it'll be interesting to see how long the ECB are able to flog that horse without paying 1.3 million to the counties. Because if they're not, and the counties aren't getting the blast gates because of the 100 and are playing earlier in the season, then it'll come to a head.
I think you should be playing less T20 group games.
Yep. If the 100 exists, yes.
Yeah. McAlinden in, bowls. This is defended. I mean, you've witnessed as many T20 defeats as I have over the years, and 14 group matches, it becomes a lot of dead rubber stuff, and trips midweek to places like Northampton on a Tuesday night or whatever. And you know, I don't think Durham should be playing in a group against Warwickshire or Worcestershire or Northampton, 250 miles away.
Yeah, you could go back to the old north, south and west groupings.
And then the slightly fewer T20 games, but becomes more of an appointment of view, doesn't it?
Yep.
Last ball of the day, short, cut away, down towards the deep point boundary by Stolman. And, you know, people now, particularly in this day and age, have got less money to spend, so they're probably not going to come to all the T20 games anyway. If there's fewer, but they're more of an appointment of view, then you might get actually more people in across 5 home games or whatever it is compared to the 7, is it, that you have now? I don't know, but I think it could work, but there you go. Right, in the sunshine here in Chesty Street then, day 2 has come to an end. Middlesex are 43 for none, and they trail by 378.
Yeah, all on to tomorrow now, and Middlesex will really hope they can come out and take control of tomorrow with bat, and by take control I mean scoring rate. If they can score it around 4 and over, it could set up a little bit of pressure tomorrow night in the final morning then for Durham. And if it does, then we'll be in for some fun. Durham will think, let's have a little bit of cloud cover in the morning. We could do some help on this pitch. Middlesex needed it as well. A bit of cloud cover in the morning. Does it swing about a bit? And they put Middlesex under pressure, and they maybe have a dart themselves tomorrow evening and try and put pressure on Middlesex on the final day. So all to play for here. And again, you know, 2 days of cricket's a long time. We've got 104 overs tomorrow, haven't we? But all important that morning session for one of these two sides to get themselves into a position where they can then go and try and boss the remainder of the day.
Okay, we'll leave it there. Thanks very much for joining us today. We will see you tomorrow morning. We'll have interviews to play in, so we'll be on probably around about 10:45 tomorrow. And for the build-up, we'll see you then on the BBC website and YouTube and the BBC Sports app. Until then, my thanks to Kevin Hand and Rob Rush, and we'll be back tomorrow.